Uh, how's it, everyone? We're just waiting for, I think it's Paddy. Paddy, we're just waiting for him. And Adam has got some technical issues, as always. So, yeah, Paddy's saying he's blocked Adam. So, yeah, morning, everyone, or morning, evening to everyone around the world. To
Yes.
another AA Anonymous. I got my drink. So, yeah, let's start that off. What's everyone drinking this evening? Let's start that, seeing that this is an AA meeting.
This is an AA meeting. I'm drinking a 7-year Jim Beam bourbon.
Oh, nice. And I've
Yes.
got a Kraken rum and coke.
Oh, sacrilege, mate. Filthy stuff. Filthy stuff. Pratty, if you are out there, is it working yet, mate? I'm just trying to get Pratty up on...
Yeah.
It says he's blocked again. Pratty, are you still blocked?
Why did you block him? Did you not like him the last time, Adam?
I got no idea what's going on. Anyway, for everybody out there, this is a bit of a ad hoc Aquariums Anonymous live stream. We're going to be having the Ginger Ninja Viking, who's currently frozen and looks like a boxer in the rain. We're going to be having Pratty, hopefully. Pratty, try a different... you know how when you log in, you use YouTube or you use Facebook? Try the alternative one to what you did last time. Because maybe I stuffed up when I exited you from the StreamYard last time, because there was a function where you can kick a guest from the StreamYard. So maybe I kicked you a bit too far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You got very nice... Mate, you got very nice blue eyes.
Yeah, you're trying to worry me. You told me I look good in pink and all this. You're trying to worry me, mate.
By the way, everybody, this is an Aquarium Anonymous live stream. This is all about fish tanks, not just about lovely blue eyes. So, Pratty, yeah, try, mate. If you tried YouTube last time, try Facebook this time to log in, because maybe I fucked up somehow. So, for everybody...
We got Senior Ding Dong. We got...
That's it, mate. Go.
Oh, and even my wife is in the lounge, even on comments right now. So that's fantastic.
We need to get some Van Halen. Some Van Halen. Hot for Teacher going, mate.
Yeah. She's on holiday. She's loving it at the moment, mate.
Were you a Van Halen fan? Or are you not old enough?
Yeah. Really? No, I enjoyed Van Halen, mate. It was good, man. Any music's good. I love music. So, yeah. So, Gil, we're going to be talking about marine or freshwater? Or is Freddie about freshwater?
We're just going to be venting. We're going to be divulging and spewing forth our week or our fortnight in aquarium land, whatever that may have been for you. And I know what you've been up to. So you're going to divulge all of what you've been up to, and Pratty's going to do the same. And guess what I'm going to do for everybody else that's out there? Quade's getting feedback from his wife's audio. There you go, mate. I'm going to copy the link, and that means that for anybody else that wants to jump on this evening, even for a short period of time, and tell us about what's been going on in their week, there is the link. There's the link. So for anybody that wants to jump on and join us, and they can tell us about what's been going on in their fishy lives, then feel free to do so. As long as there's no porn going in the background, then I think we'll all be okay.
Wow, it's 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock your time. You haven't changed times again, have we? No.
No.
I'm just shocked that Bearded Reefer's even still awake.
Oh, no, he goes to bed at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Okay, so we got an hour to entertain him then. Awesome.
All right, mate. Do you want to get us started, young man?
Yeah.
And let us know what's been going on in your week or fortnight since we last caught up, I should say.
Oh, jeez. Well, one, I went and fetched my fish tank. When we did the live stream, I was still on my way to go fetch my fish tank. So I
Yeah.
went and got a brand new fish tank that, thanks to you and finding it for me, is 123 long by 700 wide by 750 high. No, 750. So I've got that. And then since then, I've basically been building a stand and all that and overthinking things and probably over engineering things that I normally do, which you know because there's been multiple conversations that we've had. And yeah, then I've also built a sump, broken a big pane of glass doing that, which was annoying, thanks to my dog. But yeah, been doing that. So getting there slowly but surely. Wish it could be quicker, but I'm learning very quickly that living in rural, which I didn't realize was this, is not as easy as people living in what they'll call the city. I can't just go down the road and just go to any hardware store and buy anything I want and things like that. So you search, do a lot of searching and things like that. My closest Bunnings is an hour and 20 minutes away. So I can't just do something and pretty much stuff up and go, oh, well, I'll just go quickly down and go fix it or whatever and buy something else. I can't do that. So that's been frustrating. It's been a learning curve, but it's all part of the fun of it, I suppose.
Do you want to inform the uninitiated as to whereabouts you live? The exact address, so they can come and knock on the door and haunt you.
What was your address again?
241 F. Englands Road, North Birmingham Valley, 2450.
Wow, you say that so fast that people probably can't even get it. Wow. And I live in a little town called Agnes Water, 1717 Queensland. So it's a small, I would say a holiday town, but it is like really, it's tiny. We don't even have a traffic light. We've got one server and that's it, and 2 bottle-os, and pretty much that's all we have, and one hardware store that stocks the basics. Let's just say that. So yeah. Nice place.
I lived up in Mission Beach for 3 years, which was an hour and a half south of Cairns, and it's the same as what you're saying. There was no, you had to go to Cairns to go to Bunnings. It was so frustrating. Oh, Ross went to Eddie Bay Beach today. Saw a little go. So Eddie Beach is just the one that's up from Mission Beach. There you go.
Yeah.
Where there's you don't know where it is?
Nope.
Oh well, you keep talking, and I'm going to show you where it is. Keep talking.
I will. I'm having a drink. Gee. Yeah. So, like you said, it's not easy, but also it's been also very helpful chatting to you, bouncing ideas off you. Brady's been very helpful.
What's the system going to be? Is it going to be fresh or salt?
It's going to be salt, mate.
Well, hey, you got to start from the beginning, don't you?
Yeah. Look, I'll be honest. Freshwater never was my scene. It's just something I found when I first went and got into fish tanks, and that was boring. And that's no disrespect to freshwaters. At that stage, it was. Because there wasn't people growing plants and that when I got into freshwater or into fish tanks. It was only plastic plants and your neons and your little things like that, and it just didn't interest me.
What's your address?
My address. 226 in a Minka Way.
In a Minka Way.
Yeah.
We're gonna find you, mate. You're somewhere here.
Oh, I am somewhere there.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yeah, you're in the city. I'm a little bit out of that. So.
Which way? Oh, you got a distillery up there, you lucky bugger.
Yeah, we do, actually. I haven't yet to go, actually.
There it is there, the 1770 distillery.
So I'm more, if you had to go, make it go more south, I'm more south of that. So I'm in what they call ranches. So there's Lady Elliot and all that, and in a Minka Way. Very hard to see all this.
Can you see it?
Nope.
There's Allingham Way.
You can just Google Inaminka Way.
How do I spell it?
There, you had it. No, go two N's, not a G. There we go. There was Inaminka Way. There we go. 226. See?
Oh, you're out there.
Yeah, I'm out there. So I'm in no man's land in a way, with a creek that's literally on my back door, which is fun. So yeah,
and that's the creek that you were saying there's coral in.
No, the creek that's got coral is called Pancake Creek, which is a bit more north. So if you go a bit more north,
that one?
No, that's Middle Creek. Go further up. That's still Middle Creek. We'll go up. That creek that you're seeing there now, where the Pancake Creek, right there. So yeah, there's coral reefs there. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to tell the viewers what you discovered inside this lovely reef, this lovely creek?
Oh, I went there with my boats. It's beautiful. They say it is one of the only places that has a coral reef inside a creek, which I don't know how true that is, because I know in South Africa, Cozy Bay has also got like a little coral reef kind of thing in a estuary mouth. But yeah, discovered a whole lot of Acaporas, Montiporas, some softies, a clam, and yeah, I just did a nice dive in there. Still trying to figure out all the logistics and the laws and things like that about that area, but you're allowed to spearfish and catch and fish there. So I don't know.
So Viking, can you see that line of little boats just there in the middle? Is that where the coral is, or is it further in?
Or basically, where your little cursor is, if you move your cursor, basically where you're going round and round and round, that is all coral.
And what about back here where the boats are?
I didn't actually get down there because I just found that area, so I quickly got in. But that whole area there is pretty much coral all the way through.
Is there coral along this shoreline where the rocks are?
I have not actually checked. I'm still want to. Every time I've ended up going in there, it's been kind of like get in, get quick dive and get out, which I'm learning very quickly here. Everything is very tidal. So I've been getting it not exactly right, which I'm still learning. You can actually see by when you just there, you can see that dark area to the left of the cursor. That dark area, that's where it's like, that's all coral reef. Even closer to the shoreline, to the left of your cursor, the cursor on my screen there. Yeah, so that's all coral, mate.
So it's So I wonder if it's because this headland here protects the it like creates a sheltered environment. Do you get like southerly shit that comes up the coast, and you need these north-facing protection zones? Is that what it could be, do you reckon?
It could be, but then my question's then why 1770s estuary doesn't have it? Because they've also got that kind of protection as well.
1770. Oh, in here?
Yeah, they've also got that same kind of protection.
Well, have you been in there?
I've been in there, but there's no coral reef. I've been there. It's very muddy and sludgy and that. So maybe it's just because of all that. I don't know. Maybe the coral thrives with the mangroves a bit further away than what 1770 has. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so that's where you live.
Yeah, so Daniel Witches even has been to Pancake. So he says
I'm not even on the chat. Hey, I'm going to find Eddie Bay just for shits and giggles, because that's up where I used to live.
Yeah.
And Ross was talking about Eddie Bay. There we go. There's Eddie Bay. Okay. So the reference point, coconuts. Where is Cairns? There's Cairns. There's Cairns. Townsville's way down south. That's where I used to live, around Mission Beach. And Eddie Beach is
over there. Gee.
There.
So you actually had to travel a lot further than I did to go to a hardware store. Wow.
Well, we had to go to Cairns, yeah.
Mm.
I wish there'd be some photos of Eddie. Photos. No photos. Anyway, it's a pretty cool little beach. The cassowaries go down right down to the sand.
Oh wow.
Ross, is that what he's talking about?
What?
And out of interest, Dunk Island was right off Mission Beach.
Okay.
Where is Dunk Island? Which I believe, Dunk Island Adventures. There it is. I believe has reopened to tourists. There it is, Dunk Island. And there was really cool coral reef just around the back here. Anyway, enough of that.
Yeah. So
Bing.
yeah. So we were talking about Freddie's there. Oh wow.
Hey
guys, how are you?
What did I do? What was the issue, mate? Can you hear us?
Freddie, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear Adam?
Can you hear me, mate?
Not at the moment.
Really?
Yeah, you can
There's
hear
so
me.
many technical difficulties tonight.
Jesus, mate. Yeah.
What did you say to him, Freddie, that he doesn't want you on the stream? It seems like he's blocked you. And oh my
I
word.
think I had too many scotches. I don't know.
You probably
Yes,
had the same amounts as what he had, mate.
Can you hear me yet, mate? What we're doing?
I'm drinking a new one tonight. 1 second, I'll go show you.
Oh, this sounds dangerous, mate.
Oh. At least we got him on. That's good. I just realized I shouldn't actually have a swinging chair. It's actually bad.
I think my camera is back to front though.
No, it still shows it, mate.
Okay.
What does it do now, Adam?
I'm just messing around with shit. Is that a good blend, mate? You can't. Is it a good blend?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Ready?
1 second. I'm just going to try and see. Can you hear Adam? Because I cannot.
I can hear Adam.
All right.
And that's why he's asking you, is it a good blend?
Oh, it is a good one. Yeah. It's not too bad. Not my favorite, but it's not too bad.
And then
Let
Freddie,
me try and leave the studio and come back and see if that fixes the problem.
and then also when you come back, Freddie, just Gil's asking how your Micromusa Lord Vencer is going. He's trying to act more knowledgeable. You know, he's probably Googled it or asked someone for advice or what to say.
Well, actually, I chopped up a bunch of them today, so we've got more frags.
Nice.
I'll be right back. See if this
No worries.
this.
All right, so Viking, we were up to the fact that you were saying that freshwater sucks and you're going to do saltwater in your lovely sized aquarium.
Okay.
At which point
I started fish tanks. Right now, I must say they really are intriguing me, but I still have a big soft spot for marine. So I'm going to set up a marine tank, and then after that's pretty much doing well, and you always have to do maintenance on a tank or look after it and that. But when it's running smoothly, I will then start up a freshwater tank as well.
Yes. Oh, that's right. You've been given the go-ahead to purchase an exactly same sized aquarium to go on the other side of the doorway and mirror.
Yeah. Let's just say not exact same size, but one to go on that side because my wife said it feels unbalanced, which I'm lucky. So
there you go.
So yeah, I'll probably just do a normal standard 4-foot on that one though, just on the freshwater, because to be honest, I have got no clue on the freshwater side with CO2 and all this that they now do.
That doesn't matter. God, you got to do this. You got to do the same. It's got to be mirrored, balanced. Here's a question for you, mate. Can you answer that one?
Does hair algae come in red? I've never seen it in red. I've always seen it in green.
Daniel Witcher, Pancake Creek, awesome spot.
When was Daniel? When were you at Pancake? How long ago, or do you go there recent? Like often?
All right. Let's see if I can hear Adam now.
I
can hear you now. Perfect.
Geez, you're a freaking pain in the ass, aren't you, mate? You're freaking out because you can't have your spill of aquarium content on a Sunday, and then you got upset us all because you got no technology savvy skills.
I have to ask the kids to fix it all.
Okay, so can I just put it out there? Sorry, Preddy, I'm just going to throw you underneath the bus on this one. This has all happened because of you. Last week and messaged me saying, don't know what to do with myself. There's no live stream. I'm going mental. I don't know how to drink properly because there's no live stream. What are we going to do? And this all happened because you literally miss Adam.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a very miserable bloke. But,
it's nice to get a bit of a debrief when it comes to aquarium stuff. So we've but Quade, Viking. We could also call you GV, the Ginger Viking. But what has happened this week? So you've been going through all sorts of dramas with your stand. You even been bothering the young man down below us down there with some stand issues, I believe. Yeah. And then you were about to seriously contaminate your potential coral purchases with all sorts of heavy metals.
Not heavy metals. Oh, okay. Let's be honest. I've never ever had a wooden stand. It was just not a thing in South Africa for us. Everything was a metal stand, and I had enough connections to go along and say, I need this and this and done, and I would have one welded up for me. So I don't have that here. So I've had to go the route of a wooden stand. And I did not know about these treated wood, and I actually didn't think of it, and I should have. It's my own fault. Treated wood and how it can contaminate the tank if moisture goes on and drips back in the tank. I should have thought of that.
Does that mean, though, that had like all your stands in Africa welded out of stainless steel or aluminium?
It would be your normal, not aluminium, it would be a normal mild steel or mild, I think we'll call it mild steel or thick steel, and we'll go along and get it galvanized. So we'll galvanize everything.
But didn't it still rust?
Yep. I don't care what anyone says. If you can galvanize the stand, you can paint it with red oxide, or I call it red oxide. I don't know what they call it here. You can do whatever you want. It's going to rust.
Yeah.
So it would still rust, but we'll use big angle iron steel and things like that. But some guys they could afford could do stainless steel or aluminium, but no. Cheap option was just normal angle iron steel.
Yeah, because I tried doing a steel stand for saltwater tank, and I thought, I'll grind it all back, I'll prep it all properly, then I'll do a undercoats and then do some polyurethane top coats, like marine grade. Still doesn't work. There'll be somewhere. There'll be the angle where the paint peels back from the angle. Yeah. I'm proud of all about this being a very knowledgeable hardware clerk.
You can get any moisture in there, and it'll get underneath that lamination.
Yeah. Well, my 2-meter tank that I had in South Africa, I got it re-sandblasted, re-galvanized, everything. And I even with the galvanized stand, I still painted it with red oxide too, and then thick like a thick enamel paint. It's still rusted. That's why I just. But yeah. With the whole wood story, I didn't think of the treated wood thing. You bounced that idea with me and then kind of took the wind out of my sails because I had this whole idea of how I'm going to do my lights and hang my lights and all this and that. And then you went, no, don't use treated wood. And I'm like, but my whole stand's treated wood. And you're like, well, have you sealed it? And I went, nope, Didn't even think. So quickly wrote it out and sealed it all. And
so you have? That was my question. Have you done it yet?
Done it. I've done it.
Beautiful.
I don't have any more sealant for any of my replicas anymore because I've used it all on my stand. But
you could have just got some house paint, mate.
Yeah. Sealer undercoat would have been perfect as well.
Yeah, could have, but I had what I had here and I used it.
Yeah.
Like I said, the hardware stores here, they stock stuff, but not a lot of stuff, and it is double the price of what Bunnings would sell.
Yeah.
I went and looked for a bracket that I want to get for my lights. Bunnings, I think, sells it for $11.30 or something. It can hold 100 kilos or something. My hardware store, $42.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, so.
Did you investigate? Did you investigate the Chinese right angle hidden cable brackets yet?
I have. The issue is the lights that I have, and just so people know, I don't have your Radions or anything like that. I've got McMulls, which aren't very well known here in Australia, or not very well.
Keep talking. I'm going to go to McMulls.
And they are not okay. So it's McMulls Aqua Pro 4s, so you can get the name right. And they come with a hanging kit, because those lights are now no longer made. They are literally hard to find, and the hanging kits that all come with other lights don't really work with those. Yep, that's what I have.
Well, that's got a bracket.
It's got a bracket, I know, but that bracket only goes out to 29 centimeters at max.
Have you thought about 3D printing? That's what I've done with my light bracket up the back here. It's all 3D printed.
I didn't think of that as well either. Thanks, Freddie. You know, I'm one of those people, you put a little idea in my head and I stay awake until 2 o'clock thinking of how I'm going to figure this out. Right.
Where does the that bracket that's on the thing, where does it attach to the light? Is it on the end like it looks, or is it on the top?
Basically, it actually basically slides in there, and then there's 2 grub screws on the top that actually hold onto it.
Is there any female thread or bolt type fittings on the top that you can fix?
When you gave me the idea of the cable, there's actually 4 little grub screws on either end that holds the fan cover. I can actually unscrew those and then basically get like rings or whatever and make cables off that. But I've actually thought, I've got that whole bracket, why don't I just make it attached to a piece of wood and make it hang like I did when I was in South Africa? So in other words, instead of it like it is there, turn it upside down. So,
yeah.
So that'll kind of work. But you threw the spanner in the works with the whole treated wood idea, and I kind of went, oh, crap. So, yeah.
I'm trying to find the ones that come with the, what are they called? A8. These.
You talked, these are those Chinese Radions.
Yeah, but see the bracket.
I see the bracket.
That bracket, when you buy them, it's got another piece of like extension tube that you can screw in, and the idea is that you can make this thing higher and lower. But what I did was I undid this little. Well, I didn't have to undo it; it comes already undone. But that thing just pops out. I just put an extension. What have I done? What have I done?
Nothing. Everything seems to be fine on my side.
He's lost it now.
So see that? So I just put a little extension piece of pipe where the cursor is to make it go out to the middle of my tank, and then I re-put the this end piece in so you can use a bolt, or that's like a toggle thing, but you can just use a piece of rod or a stainless steel bolt or anything.
Yeah, that could work. But
it's only $50.
That means I have to go buy something. I'm trying to save as much as I can, and
Yeah,
in
but
the old
50
days before MacGyver.
that wouldn't that be cheaper than buying materials to build a rack or a light hanging fixture?
The reason why I wanted to go the treated wood then is because I could get the wood for free.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have cost me anything. The only thing I would have needed is to paint the treated wood that someone dropped that bomb on my head. But yeah, Gil was saying, I saw in the chat, sorry, that for stainless steel, you have to earn Adam's kind of money to have a stainless steel stand.
Yeah, I wish. I don't know. I heard truck drivers are doing pretty good these days.
Well, it must all be from my dogs watching your live streams 24 hours of the day.
I think truck drivers are doing a lot better than flower growers.
Better than the Bunnings employees.
Oh, Pratty, did you see that Brendan said thank you for the micro musa, by the way?
Oh, beautiful. It arrived there. It's good. I'm glad. How's it hanging? How's it going? Is it did it get there okay?
Well, we'll see what he says about that one. Brendan's used ormonoid bitumen paint over gal steel for stands and have lasted. Yeah, right. And Brendan keeps salt water, so there you go.
But didn't you use like a bitumen thing when you did your rock thing above your? And isn't it terrible to work with?
Well, that might be different, but I hate bitumen paint. It's horrible stuff. It's thick. You can't paint it. It dries. Paintbrush. You got to screed it practically.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it's the same kind of stuff. And then
I think isn't Ormonoid a brand that you can get, Pratty, Mr. Bunnings?
Do you know what? I've actually never heard of it before, so it's all new to me. I'm not terribly familiar with the bitumen paints at all.
This isn't what you tell. This isn't your reoccurring response on a Sunday morning at Bunnings, is it, mate? Yeah, I know.
Hey, mate, I don't know anything about it. You have to go and talk to the guys over in paint.
Here's a question here about those lights, the A8s, because I know I've had a bit of experience, but I know that the Great Bearded Reefer's had some experience with them too. So we'll be interested to see.
And what is your experience like?
I'm using the actual Raycons over here, and if they're anywhere near as good as those, like even if they're 10%, not as powerful, that'd still be a fantastic light, I reckon.
They're very powerful. The only problem I had with them was, and I think Gary's had the same issues, well, I know Gary's had the same issues, is with the app and the programming of them. And so what I managed to do when I had my one was I managed to just get it stable where I linked it just to a mechanical timer. So I just didn't worry about the app. But I know, but Gary's got all sorts of things going on here. Every morning he's got to go in there and he might have to ramp things up manually or change the color or something, or it's shit. But I bought basically the same sort of light, but with branded as Casray just recently. And their app generally works. Not always, but generally. So
there's a question there from Senior Ding Dong for Pratty.
What Bunnings
So I need
would you recommend as a good refugium light? I think the little floodlights that you can get from Bunnings are fantastic for growing. Powerful enough. I don't think you need a specific grow light. But that's what I've used in the past anyway, just like, a little floodlight. And I've never had any issues. I've grown Kato like crazy. So.
I'm interested because I actually got a grow light from Temu. They
Okay.
arrive before. So I'm going to be interesting to see how that works. Just thought,
Yeah,
oh, well,
yeah.
if it grows plants, maybe it'll grow in the refugium. If it doesn't, they'll just go onto the indoor plant. So I just thought I'll try it.
After I had Julian on a few weeks back, I have purchased a Power Compact.
Gary, the light on that tank there is that's a Radeon XR15.
Where is it?
But we're talking lights and things like that. How many people are actually put off on trying these no-name brands that are not well known, like McMall, Top Bloom, and all that? Just like to know what you guys think. There's so many people that don't use them because they're not shown, or they've been put off because everyone keeps on saying they must go Radeon and all this and that.
I've lost sound.
You've lost sound.
You guys there?
I'm here.
He's frozen. Yeah,
No,
mate.
he lost one. I think he went out. But I asked that question: what do people think about that whole known, or we'll call them no-name brands because they're not known to use in their fish tanks? What is their reason for not using them? Is it because the big Instagram people, you had them on your latest video, promote Radeons and AA Prime and all that? Is it because of that, or is it they're scared because they're worried about the warranty factor of
Give me a
it?
moment, guys. I'm having technical issues.
Well, we can hear you, right, mate?
I can hear you fine, Freddie.
Mate, it kind of hit you there, mate. Yeah. The whole no-name brand thing, I'm forced to use no-name brand stuff because I don't have a lot of money. Even if I only had a normal size fish tank, I still couldn't afford to go and buy, what's a Radian these days, XR30, like $1,500 or something.
No clue. I can't afford it, so I don't look.
It's absolutely ridiculous, and I think I just can't. Not only can I not justify the price of it, I also think $2,000. Not only can I not justify the price of it, I don't want to try and justify the price because I think it's a rip-off. I think when I think about those lights, like we're talking about the A8s, Singing Ding Dong,
they're 2K. They're 2,000.
2,000, yeah. And I mean, if those knockoffs, which look very, very similar, and I'm assuming let's assume that they have similar diodes,
Yeah.
and they can be sold for $400, but they're granted they've got a shitty app. That's basically saying that $400 to, what was a Radeon? 2,000, was it?
Yeah, 2,000. Well, that's what Brendan's saying. Yeah.
Well, then they're basically saying that the after sales support, the warranty, and the app is worth $1,600. And I think that's fucking ridiculous.
It is, because if you go along, you only need the app pretty much once your lights are set up, and you don't need it again unless you're changing things the whole time. I don't know if that's, that's for me.
I think I fixed it.
Yes, the app was sometimes a bit weird. It'll work on my wife's phone and not on my phone. But once my lights are set up and the timers, and I had the percentages all correct, I never touched it again.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And that's why I'm just wondering now with Gary's thing with where he's ramping up and that. A lot of the time, they don't tell you there's a little battery inside the light that runs out. And then the app's useless anyway because they're not talking to each other.
Gary's issue with those A8s was from the get-go. They were just fucked from the get-go. But I think Gary's somewhere that said he's got 5 pop
Yeah, he's
balloons,
got 5 pop balloons, yeah. Which
and
great.
they were great, and he's got coral growing from the bejesus. Like, he's doing fantastic.
Look, I'm not saying the radions don't work in it, but like you said, does it warrant spending another 1,600 rand for basically a warranty and an app?
Yeah, it's probably not worth it. Even though they are fantastic lights,
They are. It's just
they're
it's
definitely
not.
not worth spending that much money on them.
But what I'm
So-
trying to get at is you got your people, and I'm going to say their name. If you get into trouble, Adam, it's your thing, not mine. But Worldwide Corals or whatever, they're very quick to go, oh, you have to have this for your tank to succeed. No, you don't. And that's what grinds me. It's you get these people that are starting in the industry and they go along and they see, oh my word, I have a 2-meter fish tank. I'm going to need 6 radions at 2K each.
Yeah.
You can afford that. It's crazy. Then they get put off. Where you can do
Oh,
a
yeah.
time make it for a lot less, and they go, "Oh
Get
wow!"
yourself a couple of metal halides or some T5 lights, and you do it a lot cheaper.
True.
So, well, we're just touching back on the refugium light. Remember when we had Julian talking about his macroalgae in the Triton reef tank?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the light that he's using up there. So I picked up one of these. It's arriving this week.
Beautiful.
It's a power compact. It's about a foot long.
What?
It's 125 watts. You can get ones in 6,500 Kelvin too. I'm interested to know if it would grow coral 14,000 Kelvin.
I don't see why not.
It'd be the kind of fixture that would fit right into a one of those old metal halide high bay style get-ups. One thing that irks me, let me show you this. So Sea Torch is an Australian company, right? Sea Torch Australia. And they, from what I understand, can you see this currently? Well, you can't see that, but you know what I mean. We've got rain happening here again, so the internet's probably gone sluggish.
Yeah, now and then you kind of go like a robot, but it's all good.
Yeah, now there's nobody internet at all.
No.
Get rid of that.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Sea Torch. So from when I was watching Parker's Reef, Sea Torch started out as doing sumps.
Interesting.
But then they've obviously gone into a whole range of different stuff. But when you go onto their lights, there was something really interesting about these Sea Torch lights. Can you see, what do they look like to you?
There's nothing on our screen, mate.
You can't see him.
There's nothing on the screen.
No, mate.
I'm gonna have to Google them real quick.
What about, am I on the screen?
Yeah, you're on the
Yes.
screen.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that again. Share screen.
It's just the first time I've actually noticed you in a jumper or a jersey. Those look
Can
like
you see?
radio.
They look like radions. Bingo.
They do. Yep.
And there's different sizes. Now, these, interestingly enough, came out after the A8 Pro LED lights came out.
Yeah.
So they came out first, which are the annoying ones. Then Cathray comes out with, not only do they got the Stratton knockoffs like those guys, they've also got Cathray Pro. what am I getting at here? There we go. These are the ones I bought just now. But as you can see, they're all bloody the same thing. And what irks me is that people say, oh, they've just knocked off Ecotech, or Jabal's knocked off Aquamedic or whatever.
Mhm.
But the crap is, all these Chinese factories, they're all side by side. They all just do OEM products, and they all get sent out and then rebranded with different stickers. And then the company takes receipt and puts their app onto it. So the Sea Torch ones, which are an Australian company, come out for about $850 to $1,000, I think, for the same light with an Australian App Plus support as these ones, which I've got, which were about $400. So to me, it all comes down to how much you value the app and how much you think the app is worth, doesn't it? I just wish
you set up the app, you use it once, and then you kind of forget about it, don't you? So as long as you can get it started.
That's what I've been saying.
Well, that's the trouble, though, is that like those A8s, it was getting them started was the issue. And that's the frustrating part. And it's just like, why in the world can't you just have a light like a Kessel where you can just turn it on and off at the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
You've just talked me out of getting another one of those then. The A8s. I was actually looking at getting one to give it a shot for the next tank that I'm going to get.
No, get the Casray version of it.
Get the Casray version, yeah.
Okay. I bought a couple of their Kessel A360X knockoffs. There was the A7, which was a knockoff of the Kessels, but I didn't find them particularly good because the knobs on top, you had the knob for intensity like a Kessel, but the other knob was, unlike a Kessel, which went from, in the saltwater one, more blue, less blue, this one went green, red, blue, dark blue, light blue, warm white, green, red.
Wow.
You know, it was just weird. And I found that they overheated and the fan died after about a year. So I thought I'd give these Casray ones, which are an aluminium, they're a much heavier duty one, and there's no knobs on top. They're just they're done through the app again. But so far so good.
But that's the thing is that with my Mick when I first told my mates, hey, I'm going to get this, and they were like, oh, you're mad, you should go this way, and then just a piece of plastic crap and all that. When they arrived, they're aluminium, beautifully made, there's nothing, it's actually built well. And then when I had my tank running, they all came in, they said, oh, you must have changed your lights to radions, to your tank's looking so good. I'm like, no, running those. I did go old school as well, but I ended up putting halides in, but that was more of a test. I wanted to try something where I only had my halides on for basically like 2 hours a day. But that was just to do that intense light of what you would have at like 12 o'clock during the day, of the intense light right above the corals. And I use it as a supplement, but my corals are thriving. And there you got Gary who's saying his pop blooms are working. I don't see it. I think the people that go along, oh, I've got radio on this and radio on that. You get those people in the industry that are showmen. It's like, I've got a Mercedes Benz or I've got this kind of car. It's that kind of thing. Some people have that and they want that, but they actually don't. They've got the money to spend. Where the people that are starting, they don't have the money to spend. I just feel it's a bit of a shame that they are forced to spend that money because of outside influences that haven't given the name brands a try.
Yeah, well, if you get into racing through YouTube, that's exactly what that you expect when you come into it. You really have to buy the best of the best, and nothing else works. But it's simply not the case.
No.
There's plenty of cheaper options out there.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because like everyone should hobby the way they want to hobby, and if some people really enjoy technology and brand equipment, because like it's the same with Apple. People want an Apple for the latest phone, the Apple Watch, the iMac. They want to get in the ecosystem. So everyone's allowed to do that. The hard part is, though, that I can't help, when I'm looking at all these, we're talking about lights and shit, I keep on thinking about freshwater. And because Tanya was saying how she picked up a few Temu $5 lights for some tanks that she's got, it just seems so much easier with freshwater to use or to adapt other lighting or equipment than it is with saltwater. The trouble with saltwater is that, like, you've got a perfectly respectable size entry-level tank behind you there, Pratty, for someone that's new.
Mm-hmm.
And they should be allowed to enjoy that size tank without having to spend a freaking fortune. And the barrier to entry is just, you know, a lot of people will swallow that, but then they'll get Dinos or Sino or Aptasia, and they go, fuck, I've spent a fortune, and I got this shit-looking tank. I'm done.
Well,
it really is a barrier, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but I'm just thinking there used to be a thing on Discovery Channel. I think it was called Tank or something, where those guys used to go set up these tanks for these rich people and all that. But people saw it and they didn't like, oh my word, I can have a tank that looks like that in a day. But they don't actually realize it's not that. They left it and they came back. And I've heard so many bad things about people that have literally, I think it was the one celebrity they had, I think it was Chris Jericho, actually asked them to come and remove the tank. Because they came and set it up and did the whole publicity stunt and then just never ever really maintained it and it looked like crap. And he's like, but I thought it was meant to look beautiful the whole time. And that's also, once again, outside YouTube and things like that, people just think, if I spend this money, it's going to look great. It's not. And I have a very big thing about that.
Senior Ding Dong, that Power Compact 14,000 Kelvin lamp I'm going to use on a ketamorpher section in my sump for my Palau tank. What unit are you running that Fuge lamp on? Does that mean you'd be asking what kind of equipment? I think that's what you're asking. That because those power compacts are so large, I think the Edison screw socket is not an E27, which is the standard Edison you put into a floodlight from the old days. It's an E40, which are an oversized threaded socket, and so it's got to go into like a hydroponic fixture.
Yeah, he was asking for equipment. Yeah.
Talking about freshwater lights, so there are some out there that are just astronomically expensive. I think, Adam, you've got a couple of the Chihiros ones. Now those ones are quite expensive, but they're pretty dang good.
You know, funnily enough, I'm thinking about taking the Chihiros off my macroalgae peninsula tank and just sticking up some metal halides.
Yeah.
I wish you could get metal halides. I wish you could get metal halides. And I can see in the chat they're talking about, like Sharpies is talking about power consumption. Well, metal halides were generally 250 watt or 400 watt. And an Ecotech XR30 is what, 220 watt or something. So, and you're jamming those end to end, like across a tank. So I really don't think that I think power savings is not a factor anymore. LEDs were sold to us. The black box LEDs were sold to us as being one of those black box Viper Spectras or Mars or whatever it was an equivalent of a 250 or maybe they said a 400 watt metal halide. And it was only like 180 watts or something. It was a crock of shit because, So I don't think the power savings, not
now. No, they've really caught up in power usage. The lights, they definitely have.
I think because they overestimated how much those the LEDs could do. Because the reflectors of those metal halides, they just bounce light everywhere. You know. So they would cover a much larger area, whereas the LEDs aren't covering, from what I'm gathering, aren't covering as much area. Is that right, Viking?
Yeah, I agree with that. But also, I laugh at when people go along and they're like, oh, you need to check your power wattage, and then they go buy themselves a chiller. I'm like, do you know how much a chiller uses? Chiller uses a lot of power or wattage to compare to everything else. And they're like, I have this chiller and it's running all day. And I'm like, oh, okay. What about the power usage? Do you think about that? Oh no, I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, but then the people that talk about on the reverse, if you talk about LEDs save you from having a chiller, well, but then you got to heat more in the winter.
True.
Yeah.
And heating elements like those 300 or 600 watt heating elements, freaking hell, they chew through power.
They do. Sorry, Adam. So I saw someone ask a question to you on how much do you think you have spent on your setup and your equipment and that to date so far? Yeah.
Pratty, just keep talking, Pratty.
All right.
Well,
I know that I've spent way too much on mine already.
Sorry?
That tank behind me probably put in about 5K into that all up so far, and that's only a little thing. The big tanks, they soaked up a lot of money, but over a long period of time, and I feel like I got a good return on investment from them.
Yeah, but like it all comes down to a hobby, mate. And I'll say that because you go along, people say, "Oh, how do you go and spend $100 on a fish?" And then you go say, "Yeah, but you got a model plane that you fly and crash into the ground, and that's $300, $400. It's all what you enjoy at the end of the day." But I was going to ask you, you mentioned to me something about your discus tank. Were your discus out the tank, or have you moved them, or what's happened there?
So the discus has been moved on. I moved that tank and I cracked the bottom of it. So I'm going to have to get a new pane of glass to fix that. Shouldn't be too hard to do, but I'm very accident prone.
You know what I'm noticing? Every single time you're going to do a live stream with Adam, something happens to your tank. So he seems to be a bit of like an omen, eh?
I know.
Not only that, your audio keeps on burping as well, mate.
Oh, really? I'm doing that, am I? Oh, would you like? I'll try and restart again.
Yeah, do that.
Are you cold, mate?
Yeah, it's bloody cold. It's raining again. It's just freaking sick and tired of it. Just wondering how much Adam has spent total funds. To be honest with you, the Simulator 8 in 8G, I would not even want to know how much I've spent. I've built 4 plywood tanks, of which the smallest one cost me $1,200. So I would approximate it'd be 3 times that plus about $2,000 for the biggest one. So what's that? How's your mathematics, Viking?
You're around about 7,000 at the moment, or 5,000. No, you said 1, 3, 4, 3.
1,200 times 3 plus 2.
Yeah, you're close to 7.
And then all the lights and pumps and wave makers but all I do to try these days to try and because it really, really frustrates me that I can't set up a tank properly and fully and just have it kind of done. And I know if I had just one tank, I could put all my resources into one tank and I could deck it out completely and I would be, but that's not the way I am. I just want to see fish swimming fast and big distances. And so it's just what happens. But so what I do now is that every month when I get a little bit of income from YouTube ads, hence the reason why I got to get some videos out, I take that couple of $100, and it varies a lot, but it can be from $100 to $500 sometimes. And I'll go and buy a few things. But even that's not going to spend, I'm not going to be buying Kessels and Radions with that. I'm buying Casrays and Jabows. So the answer to that question, I reckon I'd probably spend about 15 grand.
Easy. But that's
15.
also, but people
It's,
go along.
That's up quick.
But they don't go how many times you've been down to the beach to go collect water, the petrol, the amount of times you've dived, the hours. It's a lot more, but for you, it's worth it. My question to you, Adam.
Hang on, mate. You should see what my workshop, my shed looks like. The amount of PVC pipe offcuts and fittings, which I've cut out, and I thought I'll just leave a little bit of pipe on each side of the elbow so I can glue some couplings on one day and reuse it, which you never do. I got mountains of pipes and barbs and taps and saddles and all sorts of shit. I could possibly go and sell my bloody bunnies. But
that's because how many true hobbyists you go walk into their house and you see their fish tank, and then you go into the garage or their shed and they've got this filter and this filter here and this that they've ended up collecting from someone else that shut down, and they just, I'll use it one day for something else. We've all done that. I've done that.
Absolutely. I'm still using the skimmers. I'm still using the skimmers. My plow skimmer is the big Aquamatic turbo floater, which for these really like a 6 foot high column, looks like a version of something you'd find on Star Wars, that I bought from Adam at River to Reef Aquariums when he was shutting it down, or no, he was moving it on, and it's all the air pumps are broken out. So I'm using a bloody the Venturi pump. So I'm using a dirty big air blower with wooden air stones in it to get the.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how are those wooden air stones going? They holding up okay?
Yeah, they're perfectly fine. I just got to about probably once every 6 weeks to 2 months, I just get the drop saw and I just cut up a new cube out of the block I bought, and I just tap a little hole and screw it in, and Bob's your uncle again.
But that's where my question come to you now. With all the plywood tanks that you've built, and let's just say you've done $7,000 in building plywood tanks, how much do you think it would be for those tanks with the same size with complete glass? Crazy, yeah.
Well, just the tank itself would probably be $7,000.
Well, no, it's more like I when I did my Seaway build, which was 1,200 or 2,200? I can't remember. I think it was 1,200. I went and I approached a tank builder in Brisbane who I got a lot of respect for because he does a lot of good work. I won't name his name. And asked if he would provide just an indication of what it would cost to be done in glass. And two things, he declined because obviously, I don't know, it would probably potentially look bad on him if he's, I don't know. I can't see how it would, because everyone would prefer a glass tank, let's face it. But I've seen same size tanks going for about 7 or 8 grand. That's for a 8 foot by 4 foot by 2 foot, brand new. So then if you did that for a 12 by 4 by 3 times 2 tanks.
Yeah, that's crazy, yeah.
12,
but that's all a lot of us that do a bit of DIY to go and save money, we do it because sometimes it's just crazy. I see Tanya's also said, and I actually agree with her, the day you get rid of stuff like those little PVC pipes, you end up finding that you actually need it afterwards. Something will come up or a filter will break or something like that. So, yeah.
That's what my garage is filled with boxes full of aquarium bits and pieces because of that very reason.
Yeah. Every time I'm going to go and do something, like I'm going to hook up a automatic water changer to my freshwater tank, and so I'm going to go and rob a solenoid valve from the farm, which is not in use, just a 25mm solenoid valve, and hook it up to a irrigation controller, which is just outside the shed. But I know I'm going to have to get some plumbing and stuff to send it to the tank. So I go and rummage through the boxes. I always go there first, try and see what's there. Usually I can't find what I'm looking for, so I go down there and I find what I'm looking for in the box about 3 days later when I'm not looking for it. But
But that's what I'm finding difficult now. I had so many years of being a hobbyist in South Africa. I now don't have that, let's just say, surplus of stuff. Now, like, I'm going to do the plumbing for this tank. I can't just go to my garage or my shed and go through the boxes of all my PVC pieces and things like that because I don't have that. I'm starting off from scratch, and it's slightly frustrating because I'm like, oh, now I have to figure out and all that. When you have that surplus of stuff, it's actually quite cool. I'm missing that a little bit. But also, good news, I got my bladder, by the way, for my tank. So I now can go collect water.
Your bladder?
Yeah, I ended up getting a 670 liter bladder to fill up for water for my water tank. You can't get IBC tanks and things like from here in Agnes. They're not.
I'm sitting thinking, what's he talking about? His bladder.
Yeah, those little bladder things. Yeah. So now
Like so is it just like, what is it? Is it a rubberized bladder or?
It's pretty much like a rubber.
Okay.
Nylon based thing. Yeah.
A bit like. Is it a bit like when you take one of those collapsible water things camping?
It's a lot bigger than that. It's literally looks
it's like a water mattress.
Pretty much, but big. Hold on. I think my wife's going to bring it now. Yep, it's coming. Hold on. She's always listening to the chat.
You got to show us your tank, Quade.
I can't because I'm on my laptop. So basically, that is.
Thanks, teacher.
So that is the whole bladder.
That looks like some sort of sex toy, mate. Like a vinyl lock you put on the floor before you're going to make a nasty night of it.
Oh, once it's filled up with water, I can try.
With your
with
your rain jacket on.
Nah, I don't need the rain jacket on.
It's slippery.
Do you have a spot that you want to go and fill it up at, or are you just going to go out on a boat? Or
no, the boat says it's going to be too heavy, mate. But there's a spot at 1770 that literally on the high tide, I'll got a bulge pump that I'm going to rig up to my battery on my ute with a switch it on, have the ute run, fill it up, and then come drop it in.
For you guys that collect your own salt water, like, how do you deal with like any like unwanted pests or anything that come in with the water that you get? Do you worry about that at all?
Is this me or Quade?
Well, both of you, because you're going to be collecting it, yeah.
I'm not worried about it. And what do you mean unwanted pests? Which pests
you know, like you could pick up, you know, some diseases or parasites that some sort of planktonic critter that's just floating about in the estuaries or wherever you're picking up the water from.
Nah, didn't even think of it. So no, I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
You know what? I reckon about that is that before I turn this off, Quade, are you going to show us your new tank?
I'm on my laptop, mate, so it's a bit hard to do that.
It's just not good enough.
I'm sorry. Let's just put it there. There will be a live stream once the tank's on the stand and things like that about the whole tank. Let's leave it there.
What if I was to do this? Will you show us it now?
It's still on the laptop.
Oh, all right. Too bad.
I've sent you some photos and that of it. You can't find those, eh?
Mate, I don't think there's anything that you're going to collect from saltwater that's bad. Like, people are worried about, obviously, that there is the possibility that you might suck up some what are they, tomonts, trophites, I don't know what the hell they're called, of white spot or velvet or brook or whatever. Yeah. But which is a possibility, 100% a possibility. And then you could obviously filter it. You could micron filter it. You could run it through a UV closed thing in your IBC storage tank. I don't do any of that.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, the possibility of sucking up a white spot parasite from the open water column compared to introducing it on a snail or a bit of coral base or a fish, if you're not quarantining or quarantine fish, is so minuscule. It doesn't, like, if you were quarantining everything to the nth degree, then 100% that would be a conversation to have. But if you're not quarantining everything, then worrying about natural salt water is just no.
And for us, I can't afford to use synthetic salts and that. I can't afford that. So the money that I'm saving for mixing natural seawater, I probably will still be saving if I have to treat my fish if there is any disease or whatever. That's the way I see it.
Especially with the larger tanks, though. Like with this, I go through one bucket I don't do water changes on this. So, but when I first started, I bought one bucket, and I'm still off on that one bucket. So
yeah.
But if you were doing, tanks your size, I guess if you couldn't, it costs way too much to use synthetic sea salt.
Oh yeah, even Gary in the chat there. Gary, I met up with him, and we go pump water at Nambucca River, or he'll pump if I'm not coming down. He's got 2 6-foots and maybe a 2-foot cube or something. As soon as you get into that kind of, even a 6-foot tank, I can't imagine doing what's the fifth? 120 litres, is it? Yeah, 120 litres every week or something with salt. It'd be so expensive.
Oh, imagine how much it'll cost you with your size tanks just to do.
I just had a thought from where was it? It was the simulator about how much my system cost, and I was just thinking as I was looking back.
And while you are thinking, Brady can answer the next question.
Tanya, RO water with the salt? Yeah, definitely RO.
What did you do, Adam?
I didn't do anything.
You killed Brady. Brady, what you break?
You got.
What is going on?
So we know you're alive, mate. Keep talking, Pratty, so we know you're alive.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, cool. The whole screen just went blank, so I had no idea what was going on.
Yeah.
No, I would use RO water because the water around here is probably got phosphates and stuff like that in it, which I don't really want to be adding to the tank. But the only thing that I really add to the tank now at the moment is just RO.
Now, are you doing that reason, Pratty, because of the whole, what was it, Triton method?
Yes. I've only just started the Triton Mite method. So, sending away an ICP.
How are you finding that you've actually pretty much changed over to it? Because you weren't originally...
No. Originally, I was running the Red Sea Reef Complete dosing system, and that was with water changes. I'm finding that I'm starting to get noticeable increases with my nitrates. So I'm probably going to have to do a water change eventually, sometime soon.
But didn't you also have an issue where you said you were, if I remember correctly, over-filtering your water? You felt that you were doing that?
Yep. So I've taken out my skimmer.
Yeah, but now you're trying to still find that balance, and that's why your nitrates maybe up.
Yeah. Yeah, I've taken off the skimmer for now. Because it's it was stripping everything out of the water, and that using the Red Sea nanomat that was pulling all the detritus out of the water as well. So really didn't have too much of a chance to like let anything build up. But I was trying to increase my my feeding rates and everything like that just to help battle dinos.
So instead of now doing your water change, why don't you try and react and redo your mats and your skimmer and see if it does drop it, and then try and find that balance.
Yeah, I could do that.
Because you've increased.
I could do that, but I've added more stuff to the back of my tank now, so I don't have the space for it anymore.
Oh.
I pulled it out and I've installed a UV in its place.
Sorry, I just read it. What Joe?
Pratty, I've only had dinos once in my life.
Yeah,
I haven't. My tank had them, and it was in a bare bottom tank with just rock. I know, bare bottom, shock horror. It was a temporary tank that had a moray eel in it, funny enough, and some disbar. Yes, go figure that. It had monster in it, the moray, and it had no measurable nitrate or phosphate.
Yeah.
And that's when I had it.
Okay.
It was just, and ever since, like now, I'm the complete opposite. I battle phosphate levels, and I use a sulfur reactor to keep the nitrates around about 10. If they didn't, they'd be over 100. And I don't get dinos. I think.
Yeah.
Have you got any access to rock pools where you are?
I do. Everything's temperate around here though.
You're down Victoria. I keep on thinking you're in South Coast, New South Wales. You're not.
Yeah.
Because I swear that tube worm stuff that I go and take chunks of is is gold.
Well, you could always send me some, Adam.
I could.
Yeah.
Gary, if you're out there, mate, we've got a little expedition to go out to mini water and get some tube worm housings for Pratty.
I'll be able to find their stuff up here, huh?
Yeah. You can keep all that little bits of microfauna in it. I'd love that. All those little shrimp and stuff. If there's anything that comes in alive, I'd be super happy to have it.
Oh, there's always there's worms, obviously. Bristle worms, pistol shrimp, mantis shrimp, crabs, all sorts of stuff.
I don't have any worms in this tank yet. There's no bristle worms or anything in here yet because it started with dry rocks.
Mason. Sorry, Pratty. That's all. Isn't it? It's got to be not a coincidence that all this shit coincides with Marco Rock and Live Rock not being available. I know we're just restating the obvious, but it is so obvious, isn't it?
Well, if I had the opportunity to do any Live Rock, I would have taken that over this stuff any day.
There must be Live Rock through stores in Victoria, Melbourne.
There is. It's just not real live rock, It's old dead rock that's someone's had sitting in their tank for a while. I want that stuff you can get. It's been aquacultured out in the actual ocean.
But do they? Does none of those Victorian store or Melbourne stores get shipments down from Cairns Marine? Like
I've never seen any of it here. No. And I used to work at a store down here that. This is actually, they used to get it, but that was a good 20 years ago. I haven't seen it really since.
Can't Anya send you?
Anya probably good. Anya's fantastic for that type of stuff.
I'm sure she can see you.
All right, there's a big comment. Hang on, where there was a question about biomedia. Hey, Mason,
Oh,
you want to come? Mason, come and jump on the chat, buddy. Let me put that down.
I've never really used a biomedia. Only thing I've always had is Live Rock.
yeah. I don't use biomedia either. I've got nothing in the back of my tanks. It's just. Oh no, I've got activated carbon, charcoal. And
Critical
but,
for
yeah,
already-
I've just used the rocks. The rocks are my biomedia.
Yeah, I've never had biomedia because I've always had Live Rock.
Well, Live Rock is biomedia.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, artificial biomedia crap. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I haven't got any either. I'm just using chunks of Live Rock, dead coral skeletons, and tube worm housings in my.
I'm not sure. Where is the camera on this thing? Oh, this is my wife's iPad. So I just got this. Anya recommended it. It's Australian. And I used it in my tank, and it's literally destroyed all the dinos in there. It's meant to be live bacteria.
Hang on, I'm trying to find. Wait.
There we
Is
go.
that Praddy? Is that the one
Encom.
that? Is that the one that Anya was talking about during her shout out?
No, she was talking about it during the stream.
Yeah.
We did.
Right.
And so I went and got a bottle of it, and it's been fantastic. I don't have anything. There's nothing left in the tank. It's spotless. So.
Oh, really? So that's not the one that Gareth. Can't forget it. I can't remember his last name.
Yes, it is Gareth. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Gareth. Yep.
Yeah.
And
yeah, well, that is the one that she was talking about during when I had her on
sent me
live
this as well. It looks like a sex toy, but
It
it's a dispenser for fish food.
What?
Oh,
I thought it was going to be something like that.
Yeah.
Aha! Sorry. I get service.
Ah,
Thank
cracking.
Wow.
Yep.
hey, look, hey, Praddy. For once, someone's as bad as pink as I am.
I'm a ginger. I just look at the sun rising and from my bedroom I go pink, mate.
You should have seen the flowery sun shirts he showed me a picture of. It had like magnolia flowers and butterflies on them.
I can see it coming now. Thanks. If Tammy heard that, she's probably going to bring it now.
You should have worn that one tonight, mate.
I was thinking about it, and then I just thought I might just blend in.
It was all lovely pastel colours and greys and creams and magnolia flowers. And that's his hardcore fishing shirt. None of these barramundi shirts or the mangrove jacks or the trevallies. It's butterflies and magnolias.
That's the Mrs. shirt. And it's coming now, by the way. Thanks for that, Adam.
Along with the
Here we go.
The bladder. Hey, here we go. G'day, mate.
No, he didn't bring it.
Yeah, guys.
I got another Coke. Sorry.
Hang on.
G'day, mate. How are
You can hear us all right?
They're saying the shirt that's yours, your fishing shirt.
Now,
Ah, cool.
That
No
one.
problem.
Ah, there's Mason.
but welcome to us to Aquarium's Anonymous.
Yeah, guys, glad to be here.
Hey, Mason.
Welcome.
What are you up to with your tanks, mate? Saltwater and freshwater. Yeah, you.
I'm mainly a freshwater scrub, so I keep mainly planted tanks, more ponds as well. Just 6B2B2 with tiger moray eel, a few rendals, catfish,
I'm gonna have to.
a few angelfish, a bunch of tetrals, that sort of thing.
Has the moray been behaving himself?
He's gone through rounds of behaviour, so he's definitely taken out a few fish here and there.
Yeah.
But he's settled down quite a bit now.
Yeah.
What else is that like? Tank got in it. A few different L number plecos, that sort of thing. Group of Ultimate Angels. Oh, jeez. Yeah, more than I can think in that tank.
That's on the one tank.
Yeah, it's a 6B2B2 with an FX4, shitload of plants.
Hang on, Mason. We got some magnolia and butterfly action going on up here. Look at that. This is the Vikings fishing shirt, just so that the fish can laugh at it. And, Mr. Viking, what is your catch success when you go fishing so far?
I get a cold. The missus catches the fish, and I just skip with the boat.
I was going to say, how about Tammy with all her real full-on fishing shirts, mate? She's got 1, 2, 3, 4 snappers, trevallies, cods.
She's the first and only one that's caught a tusky on my boat so far. So yeah,
there you go. Well, maybe
I'll put her on the fish, and then yeah.
Mason, have you where are you at with your saltwater tank? How's that refactory light going?
I don't do saltwater stuff. I did at the start of uni. It was way too much. Couldn't be bothered with it. Freshwater's away.
Didn't you have a saltwater tank?
At one point, a few years ago now, I sold it to the old pet shop I used to work at. And yeah, I've worked in pet shops all through my teenage years, and I thought getting a saltwater tank would be such a great idea before starting uni. Started up with seahorses, quickly lost interest. It was just too much effort for me when all my freshwater stuff, I didn't have to water change. So, yeah.
I must be getting confused. Because I thought that you had a current saltwater tank.
Oh, I work at an aquarium. That may be where your confusion is coming in.
Yeah, okay. Which one's that? Give us a shout out. Hang on. Whoa.
Nope.
I wasn't prepared for this at all. But all right, mate.
I work at Irukandji Shark and Ray Encounters in Port Stephens.
Irukandji, as in like the jellyfish.
As in the jellyfish, yes. Bit of an allegory there.
Wow. Irukandji, say it again. Wow.
Irukandji Shark and Ray Encounters.
Irukandji Shark and Ray Encounters.
In Port Stephens, yeah.
It's like a public aquarium?
Yeah, it's a public aquarium. We're a very hands-on aquarium. So the lagoons are, people can get in them, feed the animals, touch the animals, can do private encounters, that sort of stuff. Yeah. And we've got staff in there chatting, helping people feed, make sure they're not doing the wrong thing, all that.
Okay.
Wow. Cool. That place looks amazing. Just had to Google it.
Oh, you haven't Googled it? Say it again.
When you said aquarium, my first thought was aquarium store, but no, it's a public aquarium.
Well, that's my current job, yes. But through my teenage years, I've worked at pet shops and aquarium stores, working with a lot of marine stuff. So I've gotten enough keeping out of that. Don't need to do it at home.
Yeah.
And every day in saltwater, playing with sharks and stingrays, and a bunch of little marine fish. I prefer to have easy stuff at home.
Port Stephens near Newcastle, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, about 45 minutes, an hour away.
Have you been to Cracking Corals?
I believe I have. That's in Beresfield, yeah?
Think so?
Yeah, I believe I have. Not in a while, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've used them online, but I've never been in person. I wonder what kind of a store it's like, what it's like.
I remember being impressed when I was there, but as I said, it was quite a while ago. I don't remember too much of it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's do a week in reefing, gentlemen. This wasn't supposed to be a reefing, but Mason, what's happening in your week of aquarium world? We know that the Viking's been sealing timber stands and looking out the window at 1 o'clock in the morning at his empty tank. But what about? But what have you been up to this week in aquarium world? Personal aquarium world, not
Personal,
sharks.
not work. Okay. Well, my 6x2v2 with that menagerie of things in it, that's just plods along. It's got a bunch of blackbeard algae in it at the minute, which is really annoying. Do you guys have tips to get rid of it? Because the only thing I can think of is just Siamese alligators and bloody no more blackbeard. What was that, Seachem? No, one of the other brands.
Have you tried hydrogen peroxide?
I've not, and it's all on the dwarf Sagittaria, which
Oh, it's the plants.
yeah, it's really annoying, and the Bobitis and the Java ferns. It's really annoying.
Try upping your potassium level.
Mhm.
I don't know if you can test that in freshwater, but are you dosing potassium at all?
No, I am dosing the fertilizer. It's one of the LCA sort of all-in-one fertilizers. Pretty low dose. I'll have to see what is actually going into it.
So pick up the LCA straight potassium fertilizer as well.
Mhm.
The Java fern, from what I understand, and I haven't personally experienced this because I haven't had Java fern in one of my tanks, will crack on a lot better with extra potassium.
I've heard that too.
And that might mean that it's able to shed, that it's able to put out a few new leaves, and you can trim off the old ones that have got the beard on it. I'm surprised you said it's on the sage. I thought you were going to say be on driftwood.
Honestly, no. It's barely on the driftwood at all. It's almost entirely on the plants. It hasn't yet jumped onto the giant val, but yeah, the dwarf sagitt's on there like there's no tomorrow. The Bobitis, the Java fern, yeah.
Bulbitis. Hey, have you kept Bulbitis, Pratty?
No, I haven't. No. It's it's actually like a dream plant for me, but
Oh, really?
I haven't kept it.
It's
Do you, Viking and Pratty, keep freshwater as well?
Yes.
I'm marine. I'm saltwater, so this is all foreign to me.
Fair enough. Well, these are plants.
It's a plant.
It's there was a picture in the Takashi or the Aqua Design Amano book World. What was it called? What was it called, Pratty? The ADA World Gallery or World something. Anyway, he had a 6x4x2 tank in his gallery over there. Obviously, he was alive back then. And the Bulbitis was growing up out of the water under metal halide lights. And the Bulbitis, it was like a U-shaped composition. It looked absolutely amazing. And ever since I saw that, I was like, shit, I love Bulbitis. It's an African water fern from the Congo, Quade. Grows in the shallow, so it'll grow underwater, but then come up on the rock work where there's mist and stuff from the waterfalls and things, and grow up and out. And it looked amazing, but the trouble with it is that you're right, algae and shit grows in the leaves when it's underwater, and
Yeah, it's just so slow growing, isn't it?
you got CO2 going.
No, I'm not that fancy. Jeez.
That might help. Because I was going to say what Pratty said. I was going to say hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
But it's a fine balance when you got it on plants, though. Because what you do is you drain the water level down to make it like accessible, and then you turn your flow off. You get your hydrogen peroxide, and then you pretty much squirt it onto the affected areas, and it'll fizzle and do that sort of stuff, and then you can fill it up. You need to flow.
Some people do it, but if I'm going to do that, it's literally I'm going to drain the entire tank. And especially being winter now, it's a giant cold water change is going to kill all my animals.
So I'd say prune the living shit out. I'm assuming your sag is a carpet.
Yeah, more or less. It hasn't carpeted out completely. It's just sort of turned into clumps here and there. It hasn't carpeted out properly. But yeah, it looks basically just like short vowel the way I have it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's time to grow.
Can you give it a buzz cut?
I have done, and it just keeps coming back and then keeps getting algae on it.
So can you give it a buzz cut and then put some Siamese algae eaters in there?
Yeah, I'm probably going to pick some up in the next few days. Some Siamese algae eaters. Actually, Quaid, you're from Africa, aren't you?
From South Africa, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Can you send me over some crinums, please?
Oh, I was in South Africa. I now live in Australia, mate.
Well, never mind then. Never mind.
I can get. The problem is you're not allowed importing things.
Yeah, I know. It's just those plants are cool.
I can get a lot of my mates to try to smuggle you stuff, but then I don't know you if you get caught, mate.
There's
But I
been
would ask
a lot of rare cool plants
algae,
popping
whatever
up
you got called it.
out of nowhere
Where does
lately.
it come from?
Hang on, gentlemen. One at a time.
I want to ask this blackbeard algae. Seeing I don't know much about freshwater. Where does it come from? Is it like hair algae kind of thing,
Nah,
related to marine, or is it?
It stays short.
it's like a little vase-shaped tuft. It's like little tufts about a centimeter long,
Okay.
and it might just be one little tuft, usually out of the timber, and then you'll see it almost sprouting a bit. Okay, you know Aptasia.
Mm.
So Aptasia will pop up one, and then you might leave it, and then you'll get 2, 3, 4, and then you might leave it, and you'll get a carpet of it.
Okay.
It's like that.
Okay. So it's nothing to do with like with your hair algae where you got your balances out of whack or things like that. Okay. Good to know.
It's weird stuff. It's really tough, and nothing likes eating it except a few select fish.
Okay.
Is there anything else that eats it other than?
Do neocaridines eat it?
I haven't had Neos eat it at all. Years ago, in one of the pet shops I worked at, a customer told me he had Otocinclus eat blackbeard, which I immediately called bull on, but he said it, so might be worth chasing it up.
Look out! We've got some chat going on about blackbeard, gentlemen. This is serious shit.
I can't see any other comments, mate, so I can't keep up with it.
All right, that's all right. We'll keep you in the loop. Praddy will nurse you through this freshwater section, Viking. Don't worry. Lights down or out helped me. Really, a blackout and Siamese algae eaters. Tanya loves a Bulbitis. They are huge. Hot for Teacher says, use that freshwater. We'll start again. You can't see that, can you, Quaid?
I can. No, I'm saying I can't see the comments that are coming up when people are chatting like we used to.
Dude, you got to get CO2 in that.
It's gone
You
for
got to
me
get
too.
CO2 in the tank.
I just can't be bothered. I got too much going on. It's just too much of a pain.
It's not
I
hard.
like lazy fish keeping.
Yeah, but it is lazy because things grow
There's some
better.
really. Go ahead.
No, Praddy, go for it, buddy. Go.
There's some really affordable options for CO2 injection if you're interested. Go and check out your local brewery or brewery supply store. You can get pretty much everything you need from there. From Temu, you can pick up all the other bits and pieces from there. So you can pick up your regulators and stuff like that from your brewery supply store. They're much cheaper than getting it from an aquarium store.
Cool.
I go to Keg King. Keg King is that's where I get most of my CO2 equipment from.
Gotcha. And whereabouts are you based, Praddy?
I'm in Melbourne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Keg King is they're everywhere. So and if you're near Newcastle, they should be up around there.
So, like Keg King, to buy a Keg King CO2 cylinder.
Yeah.
All right. So a small one, which bloody. I've got a couple of these for basically a soda stream system on Aquarium. $80 for 2.6 kilos. That's probably about a half a meter tall CO2 system, I guess. And then you can jump up to something like that. And once you own that bottle, a refill on that bottle for me was $30.
Yeah, about the same for me.
Yeah, and that would last, well, obviously depends on the size of your tank, but if you're doing like a bubble per second on an average size tank, like months. And then you'd be able to pick up a Brad, you got any tips for picking up CO2 regulators and solenoids? There must be stuff hand on Marketplace.
Well, I picked up some of mine from Marketplace, but you can get them through Bunnings. You can get them, special order. They've also got some.
Pratty.
You can special order them through Bunnings. You could also, I believe there's, the regulators you should be able to pick up online from like Marketplace, fairly cheap. There's a lot of people, getting out of the hobby. You can just pick them up for next to nothing.
But it is worth it though, because if you've got plants that are growing better, then they're going to be able to, if nothing else, put new leaves out faster than you prune the bad ones off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the tank's one of the old Aqua One Brilliance 6x2x2s. They actually don't make them anymore, and I bought this one the year before they stopped making it. So after that, the price just skyrocketed, and the light's pretty crummy. I need to figure out how I can get a better light onto it while still making it look decent. It's got the whole like range, the hood system on it.
Yeah,
so it actually looks decent. But yeah,
you probably get the light from Bunnings.
Bunnings, reckon?
You can. I'm sorry, you can be able to get everything there, man. Man,
who had
to build with that stuff?
Oh, it was. I was going to say who had the citric acid, and it was Sean. What was the citric acid mixed with? It was weird. Was it vinegar? No, it wasn't vinegar. Was it bicarb? What was he mixing citric acid with to make the CO2?
No. That's chemistry. That's
not
weird.
It's with what is it, citric acid combined with baking soda and water.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Bicarb. Yeah. So that was Sean Grubb's method of doing. Remember, he had his tank with his white clouds in it. It was a fully planted tank, and that was his CO2 system. I thought it was complicated for what you could just do with the Keg King, but anyway.
Extra chemistry.
So you've got, are they real? I shouldn't say real. Are they species true Ultim angels in your tank, or are they like a Peruvian angel? Or
I
Streaker.
I bought them off a mate, and yeah, I don't know. They to me they kind of look very Pinoy angel-y. Yeah, they were sold as Ultims. They look good. I don't really care. They're not like the showpiece giant Ultim you see online.
how much did you buy them for? Because that'll tell you.
Would have been like $40 each, something like that.
Yeah. So there's not there's anything wrong with Scalars, but yeah. Because I think Ultims are like, what are they? $200 or $300 a piece for a little.
Something stupid. Yeah.
Gil wants some Ultims. I don't know. I reckon those bloody blue Pinoys that you had there, Praddy, were bloody. Was that blue Pinoy?
Yeah, they were blue Pinoys. Yeah.
They were
Um,
bloody beautiful
that-
fish.
they are. They're real nice.
Geez, Freddie, you got a lot of streakers in the background, mate.
Yeah. Everyone's coming through right now.
Yo.
So, Praddy, okay, sorry, we didn't get to what was your week in not week in reefing. What was your week in fresh keeping, Mason?
Fresh keeping.
Fresh keeping.
Yeah.
No, for Mason. We heard what Mason's taking was, but we didn't hear what you've done this week with your hobby.
Oh, whoops. Got some new fish. That's fun. A few pygmy cories, a couple normals and albinos. I think I set up the quarantine tank in the last few weeks. I've ordered some half beaks. I've got a 3-foot dirted tank that's got tiger val growing all through it, just as a jungle. And I want to see if I can get the half beaks to spawn because they're a live bearer. And I've heard that the issue with them is that they're really good at eating their babies. So hopefully, since the val is so, I'll be able to find areas to hide and not actually eat their babies. Other than that, my peppermint bristlenose keep spawning, which is good. Other than that, that's pretty well it. Been very, very busy with work and placement in uni. Yes.
I've got a question.
Go on.
Do freshwater guys actually quarantine their fish? Sorry, I'm asking this. Sounds like a silly question.
I always do, yeah, because it's as much as setting up a crappy little tank with the sponge filter and a heater and watching them for a couple of weeks to make sure they don't have some dodgy disease.
Okay, because in marines, it's kind of like now become a thing that has to be done. So I wasn't too sure if it's a freshwater thing as well. So
every pet shop I've worked in, I've recommended it to absolutely everyone. I literally say it can be a bucket with a filter and a heater in it. It doesn't have to be anything special, and it's just a safeguard against something dodgy going in your tank and killing everything you got. That's why I do it.
Cool. All right, that's cool to know. Interesting.
Yeah. But I do understand the idea of when you're wild collecting a lot of your marine stuff, Adam, when I see you do it, just dumping it straight into your tank. Quade, do you do the same thing?
I will be. Once I get my tank up and running, it's still getting there. Some people keep throwing curveballs. Thanks, Adam. But once it's up, yeah, I won't have a quarantine tank. I've never ever had a quarantine tank. I didn't see the extra stress point of it. So, yeah.
Again, why I prefer freshwater?
It makes complete sense to have a quarantine tank because, it works from a medical perspective. It works, but it only works if you do it all the way through properly, thoroughly, and you do it all the way through with anything that you put into your system. And I know from my perspective that I'm not going to do that because I go and collect water and rocks and sand and tube worm housings and fish and snails and an urchin and a bit of caulerpa and I'm freaking 50, and quite frankly, I can't be asked with anything else that's going to make my hobby feel like it's not a hobby anymore. And I know that sometimes sounds bad because, but you're endangering the life of your fish. But when you think about it from a holistic point of view, how many of our fish live a long, healthy life in our tanks until the day that they die at the age of 25 for a sailfin tank? Probably zero. So it's sort of like it's very easy to jump on the high point of, but we should be keeping the most care. And I'm a veterinarian by trade. So, it's very easy to jump on that you should be, doing the nth degree to the health of your livestock. But there's also reality sets in and, it's sort of, I just see so many people that that think quarantine's the way to go, but they don't quarantine fully. And I mean everything. It wasn't quarantine for COVID when we let our neighbor in, but not the friend down the road.
Yeah, that's true.
That's not quarantine. You know what I mean?
I get that point. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a question here.
I do have a question for you, Adam.
Go, yeah.
Your last video you did now where you're trying to compare natural to your tank, how was the viewership on that? Pretty good?
I don't. Do you want me to check?
No, I don't. I'm just wondering because if there's a reason why you had your wife in her underwear in the background around 26 minutes was part of it to get the viewership up.
Geez, you've been looking at it. She's lucky, wasn't it?
No, she was in her pajamas. But no, I was going to phone you, give you the big panic mode, say, hey, you better take it down. Your wife's in the...
If only I could find a G-string clad lady to have in the thumbnail, then everything would be all right. But it doesn't quite work that way for me.
Just do it yourself, mate.
That might work. That might work. You know, I have been trying to think of an OnlyFans channel that might work for me. That could work.
OnlyFans or OnlyFins?
Well, I think Mariah's got that all wrapped up, so I should leave that with her. Maybe she can do the OnlyFans. But there was a study in southeast Queensland that showed the ick prevalence at 50% outer reef court and much higher in estuarine. And to me, I would say that what I'm snorkeling in the estuarine areas, like the river mouths, there's a lot of cleaning activity going on. I see a lot of cleaner wrasse cleaning. I see a lot of monos cleaning. I see butterfly fish cleaning and banner fish, baby banners cleaning. So maybe there's something in that. Maybe there's some bigger pelagic fish that come into these mouths to come and get their tidy up. I don't know.
Are they saying that ick was higher in estuarine fish than reef fish?
Seeing a ding dong, I think that's what he's saying. Yeah.
I find that strange because how often do people recommend doing a freshwater dip?
Yeah, but when he says estuarine, he's probably referring to let's say where I go, like the Nambucca River, or what you're talking about by the
1717 a pancake, yeah.
Yeah, so it's technically speaking in a river, but it's saltwater.
But it's you still have your change in salinity when you have your low tides and your high tides.
Nah, you'd only have it if you had a massive flood like I had last year.
Okay. Huh?
Well, after that cyclone. Otherwise, even when at dead low tide, it's still it might drop 1.023 or 24, but no, still seawater. Yeah.
Okay.
Because the rivers and estuaries tend to be a lot more turbid, don't they? So I feel like there's got to be more silt and stuff and potential for parasites and dodgies getting around in there.
Sorry, I didn't put a shirt on. Sorry, guys.
Viking, Mason and I are trying to have a very intellectual conversation here, mate. You're up there with your bloody pink floral shirt on and your pink face, laughing away. Bloody Queenslanders.
Yeah, it's all now, hey?
Heat's getting to the brain, don't worry.
Yeah, mate. Well, at low tide, it's you can't see in the water. Yeah,
That is true.
yeah. So you when I'm collecting water, I have to wait to the last 1 hour of the incoming tide to collect to make sure I've got enough clarity of the water. Yeah, because what I think happens with the estuarine areas is you get that water coming out on a low tide, on an outgoing tide, it draws the fresh or lower salinity and turbid water out. But then if it's not, you get those tides which are like they're a high low tide and a low high tide.
Mm.
So the difference is not very great.
Yeah,
You need
neap
like
and
a neap tide.
Need
As-
to,
as- is that what it's called? And so what I think happens is that water that goes out of the river mouth just kind of hovers around the entrance in the ocean. It doesn't never gets out to the sea. And then as the tide starts coming back in again, I think it just kind of pushes it back in again. So you get that kind of, you got to pick that tide area. So yeah, you get a lot of silt going on. But I don't think the silt and turbidity would affect the parasites so much though, would it?
that's not funny.
The reason why I thought that is just because it seems like there's more stuff there. You know what I mean? Just more stuff in general, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was asking. Is there a difference in balance on certain things where your reef, it's constant? There's not that much change. Yes, you'll have your low tides and your high tides, but your clean water is still clean. Where, like you said, your estuaries, you get that dirty water, that turbid silt water come through. That's why I was just wondering that. Interesting.
Gil, have you got a quarantine set up, mate? He's probably on a forklift somewhere. Live rock, Brady.
Lifestyle Aquariums in Bundoora has live rock. Oh, beautiful. That's other side of Melbourne, but yeah, it's doable. Definitely go and check them out. Don't think I've ever been there before though. I'll have a look now.
It looks like you're going there now, Brady.
Yeah, I'm guessing so.
Funkalish was chasing angelfish a couple of weeks ago in my local creek. What was it, mate? Was it what did he say it was? A bicolor?
Ah.
In the local creek in June. It was crazy shit. Of course, I expect to have that as payment for the services rendered for giving advice for sump and standard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I've actually found convicts tangs around my area in Port Stephens in late autumn.
Yeah. Have you still
Those are the ladies, though.
have you still got them there now though?
I wouldn't have a clue. I haven't been out in ages. Too busy.
Well, at least they're
There's
not.
little neon blue damsels. That's cool. I've seen them.
Oh, wow.
Do you get out in the water much in Port Stephens?
Not really. I've been out a little bit, but I just struggle to find time for absolutely anything.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
There's
I
some
know
really
Alan.
good dive sites out there. I've actually been there once just for yeah, it's
Yeah, there is some beautiful
Okay.
spots, and I've been to a lot of them for a snorkel, just not in a long time.
Yeah, I'm most likely, the way things are going, maybe Friday I'll go up to Fitzroy. I'll go up to the reefs there and go and try that. But
beautiful.
I'll skipper and my wife will catch all the fish. Knowing my go, but hey, I get fresh fish. I don't mind.
We've got some condolences coming in for Tanya down in SA. Bad week in her tanks. Tanya lost Colin, her dolphin peacock cichlid. I don't know a lot about
Sad.
Malawi's. Dolphins are the big pale blue ones, aren't they? Unexpected, no obvious reason. How old, Tanya? Be interested to know how old.
They get
Yeah.
big, those things.
Have you kept Malawi's before?
No, I don't particularly care for Malawis. Tanganyikans are much more interesting to me. But if it can't live with plants, I don't particularly bother with it.
Mate, way to kick her while she's down. Come on, mate.
Sorry, my bad.
Wow.
They're a beautiful fish. They are.
It's funny though how sometimes the most what I was about to say was going to sound bad, but you get very attached to fish for reasons which don't always seem to be because of scarcity or how popular they are or how fancy they are or whatever.
I say I don't really like Malawis, but dolphins and the eye biters are probably the two species of Malawi that I actually do think look pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And how many of us name our
Slivers are very interesting, aren't they?
Sorry,
What was
Quade.
that, Quade?
How many of us name our fish?
Yeah.
You got monsters, so you do it, Adam.
Yeah, but I've only got two fish that are named.
I'll let
What's
my
the
wife name my fish.
It's funny if it's the biggest ones, Monster and Sam.
Now, my
So-
wife loves naming all the fish, and that makes the hobby even more personal, which I think is a great idea. So,
Quade, did you say yours have names as well?
and my wife names them. So, yeah, she
Sure,
names them,
it'll pop up eventually.
and that's
Or can you
pretty
see the red one? So
Red
the
one?
flame hawk in there is the only one with a name. His name is Elvis,
well.
but he's hiding.
It's actually quite. You mentioned a flame hawk. A mate of mine sent me a link of someone that made a little like seat that stuck to the glass for the flame hawk to actually sit on it. And it was actually quite
That's a great idea.
cool. So,
That
yeah,
just
people-
reminds me of the little 3D printed hats they give to the decorator urchins.
Yes, I want to do that. I've got a little decorator in there, tuxedo, whatever it is. I want to get the little 3D printed Viking hat.
All right, hang on. Before we go on this question, we need to have a week in review from Pratty. Pratty, what's been going on in your fish tank world the last week?
Okay. Well, I've purchased a shed.
Hey,
So
nice.
that'll be something exciting to look forward to.
Nice.
I'm going to set up a couple of tanks in there. Also getting a new tank for salt. It's going to be another small one just to house the flame hawk.
Flame hawk.
Yeah.
Why do you want to take him out of that tank?
Well, I've got a bunch of small gobies in that tank, and he doesn't like them. So
Yeah.
so that's he has to move. Unfortunately, I was going to see if anyone wanted it, but then I was like, oh, why do that when I can just get another tank? So
And your next
Do you, Pratty, do you rate flame hawks? Like, I've only kept a Falco and an arc eye hawk. I've never had a long nose, never had a flame. But from what I hear, see, read, everyone loves the flames. They got the personality. Are they any different to the other hawks, or?
I don't see them being like any different from the other hawks. So they all have like that personality.
Yeah, and
they're very much like the sand perch. You know, they kind of like they look at you.
Yeah.
Their eyes, you know, they kind of move independently too. So you never know what they're kind of looking at.
Yeah.
But it does have a lot of personality, and you can definitely tell it's sitting there watching you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like a little bandit with the black over its eyes. Yeah, it's an interesting fish.
So do you think that that's what it is? Do you think it's that kind of coloration, the brilliant brick red coloration and that bit of a thing that makes people think that it's more special than the other hawkfish?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like it exhibits pretty much a lot of, you know, the same behaviors that you see in all the other hawkfish. The only difference is the coloration, really.
Yeah. So this brings us straight back to Tanya. Tanya, God, I hope that you are Tanya. I've been calling you Tanya forever.
Yeah.
I certainly hope that you are. Can you let me know in the chat that you are Tanya? This brings it back that as I guess pet keepers, we put these ideals onto our pets, and we think that they're
Family.
Yes, thank you, Quade. There's something in our lives. Where am I going with this? I don't know where I'm going with this. Absolutely don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, continue on. Continue on, Pratty.
Yep. All right. So I picked up some new
Shut up,
corals
Viking.
from someone shutting down a tank. I picked up
What'd you
a
get?
scolemia. It's not very healthy at the moment, but I am going to nurse it back to health. It's sitting in the shade in my tank at the moment, so because I think it's had too much light. It's receded right back, so it's quite small on the skeleton.
All right.
So I'm going to keep it in the shade and feed it each day. Well, each maybe 2 or 3 times a week.
What are we talking about here?
It seems to be fluffing up. Now, this is what I'm talking about. So it is more like the 1 second down from the left. That's what it kind of looks like. But it's receded right back off the skeleton.
You know what? I don't know if I'm alone, but I do not have any appeal. I'm not trying to rain on your parade here, Pratty.
Yeah.
But I do not get any desire for scollies. They're like a button or a donut just sitting there. I don't
Isn't
get
there
it.
a common name donut coral?
I don't think you could keep. Yeah, I don't think you could keep them in your tanks anyway, Adam. Your butterflies would eat them.
But I don't get it. I don't get why. Like they're just so. I think what it is that I would put them in the same category as an elegance coral or a hammer or a frog spawn or something that's got some, or even a dash, which is kind of puffy, like a bloody looks like a cousin sitting on the ground.
Yeah.
Whereas they're just kind of there. Is there something I'm missing, Pratty?
I just like the colours. That's just that's why. That's why this one's a Windex tank. I like the colours. But I did actually pick up an elegance with that one as well, and some Duncan Opsamia as well.
Nice.
So, now the Duncans are probably one of my absolute favourite corals. I absolutely love Duncans.
Yeah, very underrated. Very underrated. Yeah, and
super fun.
Fun fact is, butterfly fish don't eat them.
Oh, well, I've had to cut it up because it had some bubble algae, and just cut it up so I could get out of that out of the little bits and pieces inside of it. So I've got some on a couple of pieces on frag plugs at the moment, sitting in my sand bed.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what I did today. I pulled out a bunch of my micromusa and cut them up so that I can mount them on my aquascape. They're too big.
Really?
And they're getting too close to the glass, and I'd like to have a good, decent gap around it. So I've cut a bunch of those up. I'm going to move a couple of those on.
More of them.
More of them. Moving on more.
How do you cut them up, Brady?
I use a Dremel with a diamond blade on it.
Okay.
Yeah. I have a look at the bandsaws and stuff, but they're like extremely expensive. Very nice shirt.
Stand up, mate. Show us your magnolia.
Oh.
Lifts up the beard.
Down. Down. Go down. Show us down. No, stand up. Stand up. Show us your gut.
I don't have a gut.
Oh, man.
Is that a fishing shirt?
It's no wonder the bloody fish don't bite. They're too busy fucking laughing at you, mate.
I thought it'll be good shits and giggles to do. I don't give a crap. So yeah,
And on Monday, I'm sending out Gary's coral that I've been keeping for him.
What is it out of interest? He's growing his acropora like nothing else. I can't believe it.
It's an Acropora tenuis, I believe. It's rainbow coloured. It's called a petrol slick. Don't know if that means anything to any of you, but it is a really, really nice looking Acropora. I'd show you, but
I'm showing you now.
There we go.
But are all the trade names for the different Acropora and Zoas and everything just complete BS, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
That second picture there is probably what it looks like the most. Mine's more of a, it's very pale because I'm blasting it with light. But it's got some reds, purples, greens, there's blues in there. It's meant to be like a, the petrol slick on the top of the water. You get that rainbow effect.
That oil slick.
Yeah.
But I also find, I don't know if Brady agrees with me, since I don't know who came up with the brilliant idea of naming all these corals with these fancy, stupid names, ruined the whole hobby and made it go totally crazy with prices. Like a world. 24 carats.
Does anyone know the actual species that each of the ones are, or is it all just a different variation that they've put a trade name on?
That one is it's meant to be Acropora tenuis. So that's a species for that one. But I think they might have reclassified that one recently too, so it might not even actually be a tenuis.
Yeah, I don't think tenuis exists anymore, does it? I don't think it exists. All the Australian ones aren't tenuis anymore.
Oh, okay. You just learn what they are, and then all of a sudden they change it.
Yeah. I reckon taxonomy's taxonomy's funny because it's so, we love to organise the world, and yet it's changed so quickly that it just does a brain fuck on us.
But now I've got a question for Mason. Gene, I don't know if freshwater. Does the freshwater also have this name thing like the coral side does, where specific fish have these special, unique names from a famous person or whatever? Or is it just like a neon and that's it?
Yeah, not really. No, there's trade names, but it all comes back to, but it's still a guppy. It's still a this, it's still a that. It's just whatever color neon variant you want to put on it. But it's still back to whatever species it is. And I definitely see, unless it's the people that just think, oh, pretty fish, going to buy it, which is usually newer aquarists, I definitely find if I see something and I can't figure out what actual species it is, I don't want a whole lot to do with it.
Okay.
Freshwater is so historic in a way, and I really love it. Like people will know the names because of the people that collected them, like Parachirodon Herbert Axel Rodeye. Like Herbert Axel Rodeye is the name of the person that actually collected. Same with a rainbow fish. Or if it's not based upon the name of a person, the collector, it'll be based on something that is reminiscent of the organism. So it might be so rainbow fish. So Melanotaenia trifasciata. So it's got three
lines.
No, I'm asking that question because I remember I think you had Neil on, Adam, and he was like, or something, and it was a number of a 101 or something like that. And I was like, oh my word. Is it that specific kind of that is like getting into like the coral side, which I hope it doesn't for freshwater.
We've sort of got that with our number plecos.
Yeah,
so that's different because they've given them the numbers because they're finding them finding new species too fast to formally describe them. So they give them a number and then describe them later on. So I think that's a bit different.
Because I don't, for the freshwater guys especially, even though I don't do it, it's something I hope they learn from the marine side is they don't make the mistake of going along and finding a fish and calling it a Walt Disney or a Mickey Mouse or whatever, because it just makes the pricing go totally crazy. Because I find since they started naming all these special corals, the pricing of corals have changed. You used to be able to buy a colony of stuff, and it could be let's just say a torch. It could be a green torch, and you buy a colony of that. Now it's become it's a toxic green, 18-karat gold, whatever. Now it's so much.
You know where sort of does have that in freshwater? Near Carolina shrimp. There's a little bit of that with the like the Bloody Marys or the red shrimp or the red dream shrimp. It's like a little bit more of the leg is more red than this strain, and I find that just crap.
Yeah, it's just it's becoming a money-making racket the way I see it.
But I think too, I see it with so Anya, who I think is a very talented person in the fish world, is very fond of coral names to describe primarily zoanthids and whatnot, and she likens it to apples. So you might have a Granny Smith apple that we know is green, that's good for salads. We might have a what's another red apple? Regardless, whatever. We might have an iceberg rose, which is white, that we know is a pure white flower. It's a standard rose. And so we kind of, a Eureka lemon. So we kind of understand what's going on there. But I challenge that because when it comes to plants, and I'm thinking now about freshwater aquarium plants, so bear with me. Plants in nursery world, those names originate from the breeder that originally hybridized or grafted, well, not grafted, but hybridized from seed, those roses, lemons, or apples. And then anybody else after that time can only tag that Granny Smith apple for sale if it comes from that specific line of apple. They can't just get it from somewhere else and call it the same thing. So it's really specific. It's really regimented when it comes to horticulture. It's ridiculously regimented when it comes to horticulture.
But then what if two people breed the same hybrid and call it two different things?
But it's impossible. Well, it might not be impossible, but if you think about about adding a pollen to a
ovum?
The only way they'd be able to.
I'm trying to think what the male and female parts of a flower are. Sorry? So Granny Smith apple, what happens there, for example, or an iceberg rose or a whatever?
Yeah.
Once the patent or the license for that runs out, what can happen is that other nurseries can then propagate that Granny Smith apple by cuttings and then graft it under license. But they're doing it under license, a PBR. PBR is what it's called. So it's really restricted, and that continues on that direct lineage. If you went and just got some more seed from different apples and happened to have another green apple, it's not going to be a Granny Smith. It's going to be slightly different because it's sexual selection. It's different. It has to be different. Whereas in corals, you're getting coral from across the world in different shipments, and then you're putting them under different pollution ratings in a tank and different lighting ratings in a tank, which will mean they adjust and display differently. And then all of a sudden, that one coral that was exactly the same back over in Indonesia now looks different, and someone calls it a different name. There's no regulation. no regulation. There are certain corals, I think, that do have regulate or do have the signs of being regulation. That's something like a jack-o'-lantern, Leptocerus, or a Dallas acropora, or a what else? Praddy, help me out here.
Oh, bubblegum digitata.
There you go. So there are certain corals that are just like you could just nail them every time. But just because you get a tenuous, and it gets sent across the world and puts on different lead, it's just such a crock of shit. But in freshwater, in answer your question, Viking, I reckon plants, because plants, I'm starting to see things like in Australia, Pisces are a big plant grower in Queensland, Mason, and they have like a Hygrophila polysperma, which has got, it's called Hygrophila sunset or something like that. It's still polysperma, which is illegal to grow in Australia because it's a environmental weed, but they will brand it sunset because it's coloured orange or something. So it's sort of,
able to sell it then?
Sorry?
And are they able to sell it then?
I worked for the Weeds Control Council in Coffs when I first moved here, and we were challenging them about that. And it got to the point where it's whether or not they would take it, or the council would take it to the courts to combat it. No one wants to do that, so it kind of slides up the radar.
That's shocking. They may as well go find some variegated frog bit, call it bloody snow leaf frog bit, and then sell it legally. That's ridiculous.
Exactly. Yeah, so Viking, I reckon the closest we get is not from fish, because fish in freshwater is really historical and it's very scientific. I think the closest you're going to get is when people start playing with plant varieties or cultivars.
And I'm just asking a question. Like we said previously, I'm not into the freshwater. When I looked at freshwater, to me it was boring because it was all plastic plants, and it has really, really grown and developed in such a way that it's actually, I must admit, it is stunning. And I was just like thinking, now that it's got to that level, are they going to make that mistake? Like, sorry to say, the coral industry has. I find that there's become a mistake of naming these corals, these famous names. And Walt Disney had nothing to do with the coral, but he's got a coral name to it. And it is more expensive than any other coral that's there of the same species, is what I'm trying to get at. And it's just, I hope it doesn't ruin the freshwater market like that, because it's.
I honestly don't think it will, and I hate to say it, and it sounds bad because freshwater. I think a lot of saltwater hobbies look down at freshwater, but freshwater is so mature as a hobby that I don't think it could be. Like, you're talking about people that are like hobbyists that are delving into Corydoras with a C number because the hobbyists are knowing as much about the biology as the scientists that haven't named them yet. Like, it's serious. Yeah, that's why I love freshwater. I'm sure that's what you guys love freshwater.
They seem a lot more level. Sorry, they seem a lot more level-headed. If that's the case. Sorry, is that?
Yeah. Praddy, there's a question for you, mate.
Yeah.
From Tanya.
Why don't you move?
Okay. I wasn't removing a bubble tip. It was bubble algae, Valonia. So what I was doing was cutting the solid skeleton of the Duncans, not donut. But yeah. So it's hard. Yeah. So I just use it. It's like cutting through a stone.
Do you want to, Praddy? Do you want to explain to Tanya? So Tanya's a freshwater keeper. Do you want to explain the bait? So we know what a branching. Well, we know what a branching Duncan looks like with the skeleton and the pulps out the ends. But do you want to kind of explain a little bit about how you got the skeleton coming out to the polyp and where you can cut and not cut to not damage tissue?
Yeah. All right. So as the polyp grows, it lays down a skeleton behind it, made of calcium carbonate, and as it just keeps laying it down and as it grows, forming these large branches. It's essentially the same stuff that sand's made of. It's like a rock. I can show you if you'd like. I can pull one out and we can have a look. Yeah,
let's go for it, buddy. Go for it.
See what happens, you know?
Viking, go.
You see what happens when you just wing a live stream all of a sudden?
I don't know, man. You're wearing a pink magnolia with a pink face. I got a pink face with not much whiskey left. Mason looks particularly, trolled.
So these little bits here at the top, that is where the live tissue is. That is the actual coral. Underneath it, all this dark greener stuff, all this stuff is the skeleton. So you can cut through pretty much right up to about here, and you will be fine. The coral will survive it. So this was actually part of a much larger colony. It was probably about 20 to 30 heads. Each part here, like all these little bits, they're each like individual polyps. In between, so I've got a little bit of hair algae growing here. You can see that behind my finger. But in between the polyps, there was a single cell organism called Valonia, which is the largest single cell organism on the planet. Growing in between the branches, so I had to basically cut it so that I could get to where the Valonia was. Yeah.
So Pratty, for someone who's not a coral keeper, but wants to be, such as Gil, describe how you might frag. That would be classified as a colony, even though, like in the wild, that coral, which is a Duncanopsamia, grows into a dirty big bun, huge, big. But that's considered fraggable now. So describe to the freshwater people who wouldn't realise how you would frag that up and glue it down to separate plugs and have lots of different corals.
Okay. All right. So you can use multiple different tools. I like to use a Dremel with the diamond blade, which is just a rotating tool, and it just cuts through it. You can also use bone cutters. Bone cutters are really good for it. I'll go grab a pair real quick.
So for those who are looking, Duncanopsamia aphanus is this coral here, which is what Pratty's talking about. This is a large polyp stony coral because its polyp is large, but that's a hobby term, not a scientific term.
Yeah, there's nothing, large polyp stonies don't exist. Small polyp stonies don't exist. It's all in the hobby.
And there's kind of an idea about roughly kind of what you're looking at from the wild.
Yeah.
If I was to type in, let's type in wild colony and see if we can find what a dirty big one looks like in the wild.
They're an amazing coral. They really are. I've got one that's, I feel like it's a related species in my tank. It's a turbinaria.
It is related. It is.
Yeah, it's called Turbinaria heronensis. It comes from Heron Island. And it's almost like the bridge between a Turbinaria, which is a cup coral, and a Duncanopsamia, which is a branching coral.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the in-between. You get these little branches coming out of it, and they have the same kind of polyp structure,
but they only usually come out at night. They're very interesting.
That's stunning, isn't it?
So but I've been feeding this stuff that I got from Aquaculture Kings, and the polyps are coming out during the day now, which is really cool. I'm actually really happy with their stuff. It's fantastic. I'm just going to put this back in the water.
You know, the frustrating thing is, I'm looking at these corals and I'm bringing up these pictures of these corals, such as this one, and I'm really conscious now that that coral is showing under LED lighting, which makes it that color. When the reality is, corals of the world, that's what it's going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what they look like.
And this is turbine area. And so now I'm really hyper aware that freshwater people must just think that coral or the reef keeping world is just is fake.
I was about to say it's a little bit fake.
Yeah.
Like putting a scorpion under black light and saying, "Oh yeah, no, it's actually orange or neon green."
Right.
Yeah.
So you can use these. These are they're great for cutting them up. Bone cutters, they're a bit rusty. I've used them. These are very old. They're good for cutting them up. You just literally just cut it like a piece of, use them like a pair of pliers, cut them up. They pop off. You can then just dry off the base and use some super glue. Any old super glue from your local supermarket. I like to use the gel form though. Gorilla Glue works great. It's a really good one.
Does it not have to be a cyanoacrylate super glue?
Yes, cyanoacrylate. Yeah. As long as it's got that and like pretty much nothing else in it, you're fine. It's totally reef safe. I use it in my freshwater tanks too.
Yeah, cyanoacrylate was invented for a non-surgical wound closure in the World Wars.
Really?
Yeah. So you could pinch the wound shut and seal the wound with super glue. So
I have done that before. So
yeah. Yeah, I did it to my son's friend on his 21st birthday.
Wow.
Nothing else said there. Yeah. There are some questions here. Not questions, comments. Zoe, I like coral names because I know what I'm buying, and that is absolutely fair enough.
But do you though? Because what species is it?
I like the way you think, Mason.
Like it's a trade name. Anyone could call it anything.
Mm-hmm.
But what species are you buying? If they don't tell you that, then it's useless. That's my opinion.
Because
do you need to know the trade name? Because like, what's the species name of the neon tetra?
Great question. But they only have one common name.
Paracurodon innersi.
Yeah, that. They don't have trade names though. Like there's albino ones, they just call them gold or albino neons. But we know it's still a neon tetra, whatever Harry Potter spell that was.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe what it is though is that coral names might be so much more advanced in, let's say, the USA, and the aquaculture side of things is so much more advanced because the fragging culture is so big that it's becoming a lot more concentrated. So your Eureka lemon and your iceberg rose is becoming a Eureka lemon and an iceberg rose.
A standardized sort of thing.
Yeah, whereas Australians, we think, oh yeah, they're just getting a tenuous across from Indonesia. They're seeing a new colour. It looks a bit like that, so they call it the same thing, and they'll stick a Jason Fox on the front of it, JF, and it's the same thing. But maybe over there, it's becoming a lot more concentrated than what we think.
So you're trying to say
Oh,
you're saying the States is ruining the hobby?
Say again?
Are you saying that the States is ruining the hobby by giving names?
I think that social media is ruining the hobby.
I agree with that. And
Because
most of your following is from the States. Your influencers, most of your big influencers are from the States.
have you found a common theme with the kind of things that I try and do, though?
Big tanks.
Drink.
I try and get people thinking.
No.
100%.
I find your videos very educating. They do make you think.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make people think, whether or not it's about putting a big fish in a large tank with tiny fish to see if predatory behavior happens, or you can mix mangrove jacks, or you can admire brown and cream corals because that's what it looks like on the wild, or you can pick up that maybe you shouldn't be multiplying tags to the bejesus because aesthetically a artistic combination of small grouping fish looks nicer with one standout. I'm just trying to get people to think, mate.
No, I 100% agree with you. And I think that is the right way about it, where I find other influencers or Instagram people, YouTube people, they kind of go, you must do it this way to make it this. And that doesn't make the person think or question or get more involved in it. They become like sheep. Best way I could think of it. I think the way
main
you do it.
reason I like your channel, Adam, is because it's not just entertainment. It, like you said, it actually gets you to think, and it actually is educational as well as informative. So it's not just like entertainment, like some of the big channels that really aren't that educational or informative.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. I think sometimes I don't put. I think the world, the way is going. The world, the way is going. That's really cryptic, isn't that, Viking?
But I want to. Okay, this is.
I think the way the world is going is that you have to be a lot more in your face to get a message across, and that's not the way I like to do it. I like to try and put a couple little little popcorns down on the trail from the Brady Bunch when they got lost on the Hawaiian island. Praddy, did you see that?
No.
Am I that old when the Brady Bunch got isolated on a fucking
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Right. Yes, I know it was never really into the Brady
popcorn
Bunch.
trail? Seriously?
You are that old.
Okay. I like to drop the popcorns along the trail so that you guys will figure out, or anyone will figure out what the take-home message might be.
But also, I think, Adam, you also, excuse the language, don't actually give a F for what people think of what you're thinking and what you're trying to make people think. You don't.
No.
Where the other people are trying to be this uniformal thing of you must do this. And there's no thought to it. It says follow or you're going to fail. It's not, if you try this, think about this. That's the difference.
Agreed.
And that's where I find the hobby has really gone down is you look at a lot of the people on YouTube, they say you must have your numbers like this and this and this and this. And the person that's starting out goes, I have to have it that way. But they don't look at the tank and go, hold on, that coral's not looking so good, but these corals are looking great. It's got nothing to do about numbers. Maybe I need to move the coral. It's not looking at the tank. They're looking at numbers. And I think that is a huge problem in the industry as well. Is trying to numbers are not really getting involved in the tank itself.
Yeah, so you're talking about being in touch with biology there.
Yeah. So Brady doesn't chase numbers, do you?
Sorry?
You don't chase numbers, do you?
No. I chase stability.
What about, dude? You're doing Triton. Of course, you're chasing numbers now.
Yeah, I am now, aren't I? Jeez.
You're going to be chasing every little trace element known to man. You're going to
in every other tank before this one, it's always been stability. And I guess, Triton is the ultimate form of stability. So
it's a trade-off. Everything's a trade-off in life, isn't it? Either you spend the time pulling that left pubic hair from the right side of your scrotum so that you can get your rubidium just right so that your torch coral can stay happy, or you can invest the time into doing water changes, or you know, like you could water change every single day. You could dose the basics and then you could get away with it, or you can do none of that but test and dose and get the same effect.
I do like the new way of doing this Triton method though. Sending off a test once a month and just having everything shipped straight to me. I think it's it takes the guesswork out of it. I still test my calcium and alkalinity and my pH, but that's just to help maintain everything on top of things.
All right, I got to get okay. I just saw a comment in the chat which I think is fucking awesome, because today I was talking to my wife about what fish people are like, and this just sums it up. But there's a comment here from Sinor Ding Dong. Rules in coral, though, I still think the names in Get Australia aren't the actual same as the American versions. We can't import them; they're lookalikes. I think that depends, because what we're talking about before, hear me, maybe I'm right or wrong, is that are we concentrated in America where we're concentrating those Montipora forest fires or whatever they might be, and so they're Jason Fox flames, so they're very much concentrated and instilled, or is it a tenuous which has been imported just recently and chopped up and then maybe propagated a couple of times for maybe 1 year and then sold off with a name, in which case we're getting the same thing in Australia? Because am I right, gentlemen, that
I think so.
those eggs and sperm are drifting across the currents to the top end of the Coral Sea?
I think a lot of their stuff's coming from Australia anyway. So, like a lot, we import a lot. Export a lot of corals over to the United States. So if they've got it over here, I feel like we've got it here too.
All right, this is what I was laughing at.
Yep.
I seriously, I mean, look at this guy up here. Where is he? That way.
Me.
Yeah, you. The one that stays awake at 1 o'clock in the morning looking at a timber stand out through the freaking bedroom window. I swear that people that love fish have a fucking mental condition. I don't know. We're ADHD, we're autistic, we've got Asperger's. There's something going on that makes us fucking do what we're doing, but it's true.
I've got a mate who's a marine biologist, ridiculously smart bloke. He's just finished his PhD, and every fish we find, see, look at is like, oh yeah, this is, and rattles off the scientific name for every single one. And whenever someone asks, how the hell do you remember that? His immediate response is just undiagnosed autism. Every single time.
Absolutely. But it's probably true across the board, though. You probably get like reptile people that are, well, I know there are reptile people like that are just so narrowed in on it. It's
I'm a reptile as well, and my girlfriend calls me very autistic because of that.
For reptiles?
Yeah.
Oh, what's she into?
No, me. She calls me autistic because of the reptile things. I'm a reptile nut as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you got some currently, or?
Yeah. A few dysenteria at the minute. Marble Children's, T+, Stimsons, a few green tree frogs, a water dragon. I'm in the process of upgrading my keeper's license to an R5, though. Soon, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Okay, subtitles, please. I did not understand that.
Hey, there's the autism, mate. There's the autism.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm
So a
behind.
lot of snakes.
So I started in reptile. I was in reptiles before licensing came in, and then it was level 1, 2, and 3. I got a 3 because I was into goannas, and then I got out of it, and then I've come back in because of my son. I got a basic reptile 1. What's an R5?
So R5 is your highest level, including elapids.
Elapids.
So what's the leopard? Sorry. What's the
Elapids are your front fang venomous snakes.
Brown snakes, taipans, black snakes, mulga snakes.
Yeah, so all of your basic stuff is on your R1, Reptile 1, first class license. A little bit either harder to keep, more ecologically significant, bigger, more dangerous stuff is on your R2. So that's your big goannas and things. Then R3 is when you get your first elapids, venomous snakes. So things like your red bellies, your collets, blacks, your Stevens bandeds. R4 is a bit higher again, death adders, tiger snakes, stuff like that. R5 is the highest class. That's when you get your brown snakes, taipans, mulgas, stuff like that.
Okay. Now with that R5, and sorry, this has gone off Aquarium's Anonymous subject, but would you be able to then import or be able to get snakes like a mamba or anything like that, or is that just
No. In Australia, we're not allowed to import or export any reptiles. We're only allowed to keep native things for biosecurity laws.
Oh wow!
So funny enough, when I was a 20-year-old, there was the amnesty for exotic reptiles, and
I heard about that.
Yeah,
Crazy.
and I knew guys that had chameleons and Greek tortoise and iguanas and boas and corn snakes and all that sort of shit. And,
The exotic trade in Australia is huge. It's
and this is the irony is that the amnesty was like a gun amnesty where you declare everything. Viking, you declare that you had a panther chameleon, a boa constrictor, and a corn snake, none of which belong in Australia. You weren't allowed to breed them. You weren't allowed to trade them. And then when they died, you would zero them on your record-keeping book. And then that was it. Done.
Okay.
So the idea was that it would phase out exotic reptile keeping in New South Wales anyway. And it was a fucking complete flop because what happens when you make something illegal?
Everything goes down.
Everything goes underground.
Yeah.
So you can get corn snakes and boas and rock pythons and chameleons and iguanas if you want to.
But you get in more trouble than a drug dealer if you have them and got caught with them. And then those animals get euthanized. So that's the ridiculous thing. Like if people say, oh, I love these animals so much, I want to have them. Well, if you get caught having them, they're going to die. So wouldn't you prefer to just keep native stuff legally?
It's a hard, Mason, it's a hard one because all my life I wanted to keep a tortoise. And
they're also critters.
And so what, mate, we are so fucking autistic. This is ridiculous. So when I was a kid in primary school, right, there was no exotic pet keeping books that didn't belong to North America or Europe. So I was in year 4 or 5 looking at chinchillas and prairie dogs and freaking gerbils and tortoises and salamanders and newts and all that sort of shit. And all I want to do is keep this stuff, but you couldn't because it was, we're in Australia. And so I grew up thinking that a eastern long-necked turtle was a tortoise. It's not a freaking tortoise. And tortoise has been ingrained in my brain where I seriously would want a tortoise. I love the idea of keeping tortoises. I've always kept freshwater turtles in my life. And then the time came where I was presented with the opportunity to acquire a tortoise. And you know what I realized? This fucker is going to live longer than I am. and I'm going to have to inherit this illegal animal to my children, at which point they will be breaking the law because
they inherit your crime.
Because I bought the fucking tortoise illegally, and I thought I can't do that.
So
Yeah.
you don't get tortoises here at all, and chameleons.
No.
Not allowed to have anything that's not native to Australia.
I thought you guys would get that.
Say that again?
I
It
thought you
seems to
guys.
slip past through the fish, though. I've seen a few this week.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
sad.
that's
So
why I'd love to move to South Africa for a little while to see all the critters over there. Well, I went over there once and saw some leopard tortoises and a mamba, chameleon, a few other cool critters. But yeah, the critters you can have over there is insane in the States. But that's why the States, like in Florida, their ecosystem is just shot because of all the exotic invasive stuff over there now.
No, it's because the fuckers release them to the wild. It doesn't matter what's in captivity; it's what's released.
No, it doesn't matter what's in captivity, but it's irresponsible owners, and that's why it makes sense for us here to not be able to have anything exotic. Because imagine if all got loose in our ecosystem.
no, I 100% agree with that. It's just I thought they were native here. I did not know until someone said, "No, you don't get chameleons." I'm like, "What? That's strange." But you and Mason, you and Adam will pretty much be the same thing of what I said to you, Adam. Like, I would love to take Australians to South Africa to go show them the big five and that. And you're like, nah, I would rather mostly see the small critters and all that kind of stuff. So you two will be not looking at the big five, but looking for freaking tortoises and
I went with uni, and that's exactly what I was doing. Every chance I could, I was off trying to find some little thing. We did manage to speed the big five, and I'm happy about it. But the highlight was the black mamba and the chameleon.
Oh wow! Yeah. I want to see a porcupine and a bloody Nile monitor, not a fucking leopard.
We saw both of those too.
Yeah, well, that you find a lot of. Yeah.
Can you keep exotic reptiles in South Africa, like as in European or American reptiles in Africa?
Fairly certain you can.
No creaky you can, but I don't want to say yes or no. I wasn't into. I love reptiles, but I never was really into it.
But were there pet stores for exotic animals in Africa?
So you would have your corn snakes, your red-tailed boas, which aren't native to South Africa, and they were there, and they were sold, and there was no license for them and things like that. But the weird part,
I've seen a video of a bloke only recently in South Africa with a death adder. So they're an Aussie, so I'm fairly certain they can.
Yeah, so there were things like that. But the ironic thing is, like your red-tailed boa and all that, no licenses were needed. But we had a guy come in with an African python, and he was literally almost arrested because he had a native animal as a pet.
Wow.
And I was like, hold on, but we're allowed to have all these other things. So
that's crazy.
Yeah. Because he had never licensed for keeping a local native animal. But people can keep mambas and things like that and don't need to have your regulations like you guys do here in Australia, which I never even knew about. So I know guys touch any other snake except for a mamba or a boomslang or a Cape Cobra or anything like that. They'd rather have that than anything else. Why, I don't know. But So
because like here we aren't, for the most part, we're not allowed to keep any of our native mammals. Well, apart from a select few in New South Wales, at least. Like if you're caught with a sugar glider, like you're going to have the book handed to you, but you could still have like ferrets and rabbits and guinea pigs and things. So yeah, that's a weird one.
You're not allowed to have sugar gliders. That is super
No,
weird. They're like
you guys could have that. That's insane. Like down in Victoria, you guys are allowed to have sugar gliders, aren't you?
Yeah, I believe so. I've seen them in pet stores.
Are we allowed to have Queensland?
Crazy. Say that again, Quade.
Are we allowed to have them in Queensland? Say no.
No idea.
Have what?
Sugar gliders. What have you got?
gliders?
No, South Australia, Victoria.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah. I don't know. Australia's fucked up when it comes to keeping native mammals. Like in New South Wales, you can keep a plains rat and a spinifex hopping mouse, and that in Victoria you can keep fucking anything under the sun, gliders. And in South Australia, funny enough, seems to be the most forward when it comes to keeping native animals as pets. I don't understand why. But yeah, it's fucked up. I always thought it's fucked up. You can keep a cat that can go out and kill native wildlife, yet you can't have a possum in your lounge room. You can keep a dog that can go out and terrorize the local bush. Yeah, everything. But you can't have a wallaby in your backyard. Like, it's just stupid. It's stupid.
Well, I do wildlife rescue, and we rehab a lot of, and we hand raise quite a few joeys and things like that. And they don't make good pets. They're pretty terrible pets.
The wallabies?
Wallabies, kangaroos, wombats, possums, all of it. They're crummy pets.
Oh man, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard. You know, it's possible maybe that every animal is an individual, though, don't you think? Just like fish. Because I have heard opposite when it comes to certain, like a swamp wallaby, for example, as a pet in the backyard. That just
look, if you don't want to touch it by the time it gets bigger, that's fine. And if you've got an acre for it to run around on, that's fine as a free range pet, but it can't be a house pet. That thing, it'll rip you when it's open.
No, I don't mean shitting all over the rug. Yeah.
But even like we've raised redneck wallabies, and by the time they get like 8 kilos, not even that, by like 4 kilos, they see you from across the room and then bolt away. And that's hand raised. Like they aren't personable animals for the most part. Yeah. Wombats, as soon as they get to about 8 kilos, it's like one day a switch just flips and they hate you and don't want anything to do with you.
But do you think that's because you're comparing, and I hear you completely, do you think that's, we're gone so far off bloody aquariums, this is ridiculous. Do you think
this happens when you bring strangers on your live stream, mate?
Fuck, I love it. Do you think this is because we're comparing a domesticated animal like a dog to an F1 wallaby?
Well, not even F1. The parents just got hit by a car and we've got to raise them. So, you're absolutely right. We are comparing that.
Still a while.
Yeah. So if we get down to a F5 or an F10 generation of a wallaby, is it different? Which is
probably not.
Tens of thousands of years shorter than what is a dog. If you
like, I'm willing to bet probably not. Wallabies and macropods that I've noticed are dumb as dog shit. So, like, I'm willing to bet they probably don't domesticate well. They're just not personable from what I've seen. The ones you see in zoos and whatnot, it's mainly things like eastern grey and red kangaroos and a few little wallabies and stuff like that. And everything I've seen, the kangaroos will let you go up and pat them, but the wallabies will a bit, but then piss off when they don't want anything to do with you. That's not what you want, pet.
Have you had experience with sugar gliders, yellow-bellied gliders, that kind of thing?
No, not really. They're very specialist care. So I've brought them in for rescue and then handed them off to specialist carers. Only sugar, squirrel, and feathertail gliders. No grade or yellow belly. They're not in my area really.
Okay, because possums. I just saw a comment from Gil. Hang on.
Probably about an acre square.
So I'm assuming that a glider or a possum must have potential if it's found its way into an American market.
I'm fairly certain those are the Papua New Guinea gliders, not our Aussie ones. Which I don't know if there's much difference at all.
Gabrielle, Gabs, any difference out there?
Yeah, but also, okay, me being a South African and coming here from South Africa, when we showed photos or videos of the roos that are on our property here that are eating, our family members back in South Africa are like, oh, you guys can't step outside, you're going to be attacked and killed, and they're going to murder you, and all this and that. People, social media has made it out the kangaroos are these violent things, but half the time they hop away when they see us.
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
I wouldn't see them as a pet because you could never ever keep them anywhere near you. So
yeah, definitely. And as soon as a buck wants to have a go at you, your intestines are on the floor. No, you don't want a wombat, Billy. You don't. Trust me, it sounds cool. It's not long term.
But I reckon, mate, I reckon you're comparing domestic cats and dogs to a wild animal.
Because they're supposed to be wild. We want them to be wild. Like, don't get me wrong, I love all of the animals that I've raised and worked with, but we raise them they're not pets. It's not what we're about. We're conservationists. We're not wanting to keep them. So we want them to be feral and we want them to go back in the wild.
Can I ask?
But even when we give them a little cuddle, most of the time they give you a bit of stick back.
But that also goes with people that in South Africa they were keeping leopards or a cheetah and that, and they'll start them off as cubs, and then they get to adults, and then they run away from their pet, and they get attacked, and the leopard grabs them around their throats and kills them. And they go, "But it was my pet. It's still a wild. You run away from it. It's now going to hunt you." It doesn't realize the cub that it was is now an animal that can literally rip your throat out, and it doesn't think. It just becomes a natural instinct.
Viking, I'm trying to remember, there's a book I read about an African guy that was like rearing lions and hyenas, and he was like petting his pet hyenas. Famous African guy, South African guy.
I recall hearing stories like that.
There's one guy that I don't know who he is, but he goes along and he'll go. The lions are wild, and you'll walk in and you'll call them, and they come to him like they are pets. But as soon as he sees that they're changing to their wild side, he leaves. But the social media that people see is, oh, he's petting his pet lions. No, he's openly said these things, if they want to kill me, will kill me, and I know my risk.
Yeah, so that sounds like he's got an amazing understanding of those animals, and he can read their body language, which is awesome. But the way that portrays on camera, it makes me think, ooh, I can do that if I raise one.
Or there was a thing the other day. It came up at Kruger National Park. There was a guy that got out of his vehicle, and there was a pride of lions, and he went along to go and film him, and everyone's saying get in, and he was pretty much telling everyone to F off. And they're like, they are wild animals. He says, no, I didn't see this on social media. They're not wild.
Oh, God.
Because he has seen someone do that, now he does not think that these things are wild. And literally.
Natural selection.
And he was that. So. No, I have not made a drop there yet. It's a touchy subject.
Oh, Viking, you wouldn't know this old show, mate.
Wombat? No, I have not made a drop bear yet, as in koala. No, I have not.
Well, see, there's an interesting... Okay, so, Mason, there's an interesting point. In New South Wales, we can keep a plains rat and a Spinifex hopping mouse, and we keep it in a terrarium, whatever, setup, enclosure, and we don't expect to interact with it.
Mm-hmm.
Should we be allowed to keep a ringtail possum, a glider, a quoll in the same way?
I definitely don't think quolls, for one, just because of their ecological significance. But that's a really tough one. Off the bat, I'd be more inclined to say no than yes. More inclined. There could be ways where you could say yes, but it would have to be literally like guidelines set in place for literally every step of keeping the animal to the point where no one would want to keep them.
So I'm going to ask you one simple question. What is the biggest argument that people have for keeping a reef aquarium in their home?
Pretty.
Other than that?
You asked him, he answered it.
All right.
Is that not the one thing? Pretty.
Okay, I'll fill in the blanks. It's because people want to have, people say that it provides, you can't love what you don't understand.
Oh, well, that's education.
How are you going to be empathetic to the plights of a creature in nature if you don't know it properly? If you don't understand what's going on with that animal, you'll never care for it in the wild.
That's the quote from David Attenborough, isn't it?
That's the message of reef keeping. So couldn't that not be the message for a quoll?
Yeah, but most people, a vast majority of people could not keep any of those animals to any high standard, I believe.
Hang on, I've got to fill in the Viking because he's looking extremely pink and confused. So I'm just going to show him what these native mammals are because he's such a.
Viking, do you not know what a quoll is?
No.
Oh, it's this carnivorous marsupial. It's about to come up on the thing. There's a few different species. Most of them are threatened, endangered, critically endangered.
Oh, wow.
They occupy the niche that a cat would here, essentially. So when cats came to Australia and are just much more formidable predators than them, they outcompete them. That's a huge reason why they have gone, their populations have declined so rapidly because of feral cats.
And we'll find them in Queensland as well? Sorry.
I don't know if there's a species of quoll in Queensland, actually. Couldn't tell you that one.
We kind of seen something very similar the other day on the road, but I wasn't. They were just there, but didn't see. Yeah, very similar to that. Yeah, yeah. If my wife sees it, she'll want to keep one because it's cute.
They're cute, but they are vicious. Look up videos of them in zoos, and you won't want to keep them.
Oh wow.
They're like carnivore, so they're ridiculously vicious.
How about this bad baby?
Oh, we've had a couple of those in our yard. Those, I don't know if they're gliders, but
No, you'd have a
it's a possum. What's you guys call possums?
Yeah, probably be a brush tail.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't eaten a Viking. Don't you guys eat everything over there?
Not everything. We try at least.
What have you eaten? You must have eaten. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go around the table here. One by one, we're going to suggest an animal, and we're going to see if the Viking has eaten it. This is really, really bad. This is really bad. This is so non-aquarium. Praddy, we're starting with you. Name an animal, and Viking's going to say yes or no. He has eaten it.
Wildebeest.
Yes.
Oh, I've eaten wildebeest.
What?
Mason, go.
Elephant, because I know some places they have.
Some places have no. If it was on the menu, I would have try it, but no, I haven't eaten it.
I'm going to go something a bit more basic than that. Warthog.
Yes. Oh, it's lovely. Oh,
Yeah.
That's the way you said it.
Just bring back fond memories.
oh,
Praddy, go.
Buffalo.
Yeah.
I want to
Makes
see
good
if he
football,
beat the Big Five.
Mate,
What's on
Buffalo,
the
actually.
actually.
Hippo.
Hippo I haven't eaten, but it actually, at the moment, is getting hunted extremely badly up in St. Lucia.
Yeah,
Me.
right.
Yeah.
The professors I went to Africa with late last year, they got given some hippo steaks and they put it on the fire, got drunk and forgot about it, and then they tried to eat it and it was like a rubber boot and it was taste horrible.
Yeah, but it is getting hunted quite a bit now in St. Lucia, I believe. You're going to ask me crocodile? Yes, I've eaten crocodile.
that's an obvious one. A wildebeest.
That's what Freddie said.
And that was the first one.
Oh, okay. Antelope.
Yes, I've done Gensbrook. I've done pretty much all the buck I've eaten.
So why is it that in Africa the culture is okay with eating native wildlife, but in Australia it seems to be slightly taboo? Like I know crocodile and kangaroo is kind of okay, but like we're not quite eating platypus and whatnot, are we?
No. Oh, okay, I'll ask the question. You guys have your invasive pigs. They get.
I saw Mason twitch slightly then. That was on purpose, Mason. Don't worry.
But I see you guys with your invasive pigs and they get shot and hunted, but I never ever see the guys cooking it up and eating it. I'm like, from a
I'm
South African,
pretty sure they're riddled with disease and parasites.
that's good to know.
Very picky here in Australia. It's odd.
Yeah. Now, the feral pigs are there is an industry to go across to Europe for feral pigs in Australia, but I think a lot of that's been probably cooked, despite the tapeworm and cysts and all the rest of it, by the hunters themselves rather than going into an industry. Though we should get back on the freshwater. This is getting crazy shit. Hang on. Crocodile tastes like cane toad.
No, it
I've
doesn't.
heard cane toad is actually pretty good.
I've heard that as well. Wouldn't be opposed to trying it.
Did you guys see that cane toad documentary from the 80s? And there was that seriously whacked out guy that was steeping cane toads in a boiling pot of kettle to then take it as a medicinal like syrup to make him trip through his ball. Like it was. Am I too old? Okay.
That's very interesting.
I know it's not aquarium and we've really gone off that, but crocodile has actually got one of the highest proteins meats in the world. Your bodybuilders and that, if they really want to bulk up, they used to eat a whole lot of chicken. They've now actually will eat crocodile to build their protein system up. Got
Okay.
more protein in it than a chicken does by far. I agree with that. Ostrich is amazing and very healthy.
I can eat everything.
Have you eaten it? You mean?
What are you talking? I've eaten cockroaches and crickets. What are you talking about, mate?
Hang on. I'm trying to. Here we go. David Smith. Mason, any thoughts?
Australia has horrible wildlife regulations and hatred for wildlife management and conservation. No comment.
Oh,
That's so diplomatically answered, eh?
You're not going to get me. You're not going to get me.
I don't think David's trying to get you. I think he's trying to provide conversation.
Yes, the legislation and regulations could stand to be updated. Absolutely.
Jeez, mate, you should be a politician.
Like to be a politician soon. The way he answers.
Get me in that seat.
All right, I'm going to get back onto. Be right back. Going to throw up. Oh, that's terrible. All right, I'm going to get back onto aquariums now because I'm going to have my week in aquarium keeping. I was in Newtown dropping off my 22-year-old daughter to her new life in Sydney, despite the fact that myself and Jane evacuated Sydney back in the early days so we wouldn't have family in Sydney. And now they're going back there despite our best efforts. Anyway, so Newtown, for those aren't familiar, Viking, is in the inner city of Sydney. You couldn't get much closer to the CBD than what you are. It's a bit of a funky kind of a place. Pratty, how would you describe it, mate? You've been to Newtown. You've been to Newtown Aquarium.
Yeah.
You can
not
walk.
my cup of tea.
You can walk down the street.
I went there. I used to live there when I was in uni. So it's a bit busy for my liking. No.
That's one way. Anything goes in Newtown. Anything.
Well, there's the road system there is terrible. I've got to tell you, and it's horrible. I couldn't stand it. So as soon as I could, I got away from the place.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's a melting pot, Pratty, of culture, of nationality, of sexuality, and my daughter, who is gay, is loving the life of going and sort of getting her creative roots out there down there. Now, needless to say, when I'm in Sydney, what do? I have to go to an aquarium store. And so I went to the Newtown Aquarium, which was just down the road. Funnily enough, not in Newtown, but it was in, is it St. Peter's? What's just down the road from Newtown, Pratty? I think. Doesn't matter.
20 years.
20 years. I also went to Aquaristic Online. Not online, Aquaristic Aquarium. Aquaristic Online is where I buy a lot of my stuff online from. Great prices for online. And so I was really keen to see what their freshwater and Viking saltwater side was like in person. And they've got these fantastic sort of green wall things going on when you first walk through, and a bit of a trickle tank with the bonsai setup going on, like a ficus. Is it macrophylla, Mason? You seem scientific. I think it's macrophylla.
You woke it up.
Anyway, what did I find? My take-home message from Newtown Aquarium was, I've got a freaking absolute newfound love of the moss green tiger barb. Fuck yeah, I know. The moss green tiger barb. Vikings going, what the hell am I talking about right now?
They're a little murder fish.
What was that?
I said they're a little murder fish.
Oh, no, they're not.
No, they are quite cute.
They're absolutely beautiful little fish.
But what I'm going to say is I asked the guy, now this doesn't show it, this really doesn't show it properly, okay? But I asked the owner, is that a standard moss green tiger barb? It was in a display tank, a 6x2x2. There was two of them, and I think they were both males. And they were in there with some Janison barbs. There was some angels. There was, funny enough, some squat-bodied salmon red rainbow fish. Viking, that's a red rainbow fish from New Guinea. And these two males were absolutely sparring like I couldn't believe. They were going off. So the red on their nose and their fins was almost a pink amongst the plants, and the turquoise in their body was like, it was, I was blown away, and I thought, holy fuck, from those two fish in a 6x2x2 tank, and I thought, this is what I'm going to put in my 8x4x2 tank.
But how big do they get? Sorry.
About 4 or 5 centimeters.
So why can't they go in the tank that you want to put behind your head eventually one day?
Well, imagine if you had 100 of those.
They'd be quite impressive, I reckon.
Do you ever remember Corey from Aquarium Co-ops 8-foot tank that he had a school of a bloody 1,000 of the things, not the moss greens, but regular tiger barbs.
And he had them with clown loaches as well.
Yep, that was
Yeah.
that was a cool tank.
So, hang on, stop sharing. I want to see your face. Go. Yeah.
I said that was a cool tank.
Oh, cool tank. It was. And he had, and towards the end, he had Burmese clouded arches at the top as well.
Yeah.
Yep, and a giraffe cat down below or something like that. It was, and I think what he was saying was the standard tiger barb coloration would bring out the clown loach's behaviour, so the clown loaches come out more in the water column.
I remember they were basically schooling with each other. It was a crazy tank.
Yeah. Look at Viking. He's got no idea what we're talking about.
No, but I actually have a question that you now went to a shop that you regularly don't go to, let's be honest, and you were inspired by something.
By two fish.
By two fish of now, which you're thinking of actually going down that route.
Yeah.
Now,
Do it.
us reef keepers, the guys that can go snorkel and dive and have the access to that, how often do we get inspired when we go snorkeling and see something and go, oh, maybe we should do that? Or, you know, that's why I sometimes think going into different, you go to your normal aquarium shop all the time. Sometimes it's nice to go to someone that's totally different and then you see their vision and you kind of go, oh, maybe I should do this. Then you need to build a shed and get a new foundation and have multiple tanks like someone I know has to do. But
I think so with those freshwater fish, there's become a new awareness of their potential from lighting and from LED lighting, like those Chihiros were talking about, Pratty. Because what was previously a white, a 6,500 Kelvin, has now become a slightly tinted to the red or to the green if you're Takashi, and it'll pick up on those hues of the fish. So you can tailor those moss green tiger barbs with the red tips on their nose and their dorsal and their ventral fins are being highlighted if you go and tweak the red spectrum in those Chihiros.
So, okay, now I'm going to ask this. I've got no clue about freshwater and the industry in that. Are they now starting to learn from the reef keeping side of, let's be honest, reef keeping, everything's fluorescent and blues, which is not natural. Are they starting to go down that route of enhancing fish colors by using LED lights?
They do it with food too.
They do?
I think they do that a lot more than with light.
But are they starting to do that? Is fresh keeper going that route?
You don't hear it much, but possibly.
It is happening though.
I think it's happened in parallel. I think whilst there's the Ecotex and the Kessels going on, I think there's been the Lead Stars and the Chihiros and the I don't know, Weak Aquas or whatever going on at the like in parallel with it. I don't.
Do you think it's intentional though?
No, I don't. I don't think so.
Or it's definitely intentional. Like a light brings out the color.
100%. That's what I'm wondering. You just mentioned the fish and the lighting, and I'm not going, is now they're becoming intentional?
Oh, Mason, do you think it's intentional that the freshwater side of things is using the LED colors to bring out the fish? Or
yeah.
Yes, I do think it's intentional.
So that's like reef keeping.
But what I'm saying is I don't think it's intentional that.
For a marketing point of view, it is.
From marketing or from the person who's having the aquarium, they say, I want this light because it'll make my fish look better.
Could be both.
Oh, fuck. Now I feel really dirty.
You brought it up. You went along and said the lights made the fish. And I went, hold on.
I feel dirty. I feel like the freshwater cherry barbs are like a friggin' tenuous in a saltwater tank.
I feel like they keep corals that fluoresce though. You know, they don't keep the ones that don't It's different with the fish. They'll keep all of them, depending on. It doesn't really matter if they've got like the bright colours or anything like that. You see a lot of freshwater fish that are just silver, and they look fantastic.
Oh yeah. Oh, that is a massive difference, isn't it, Pratty? The saltwater side of things will not keep silver fish.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But if you think of freshwater, penguin tetras, Buenos Aires tetras, God knows how many rasboras and pencil fish. There are so many types of diamond tetras. There are so many. Back in
Diamond
Australia,
tetras are stunning. They're not a silver fish. When they get going, they're beautiful.
but okay, they're a mirror fish. How many Australian blue eyes are based on silver with accents, and yet you don't get that in saltwater. You don't, like, the closest you'll get would be Andrew Sandler Polar Reef with his 5 flag tails in his neck. And yet everyone wants a schooling fish in saltwater, and what they should get is a school of sardines or herring, not chromis or anthias.
Does this mean that since freshwater people will buy the tiny silver fish or the tiny brown fish from the Amazon that no one's heard of, does that mean freshwater keepers are way bigger nerds than saltwater keepers?
Of course they are.
On
think
another
that-
level.
I think on Adam's last video that he put up on trying to get that balance thing, I think the freshwater guys have got that correct on having that kind of thing, and then you have that one freshwater fish that's got the color, it kind of pops out more because you've done that. I think you guys are balanced in that
The
way.
concept of a centerpiece fish,
Yeah.
it's very widely used in freshwater.
Freshwater.
I recommend it to basically every customer I had through the pet shops.
I
getting
think
their-
freshwater have nailed that compared to reef. I think reef actually is more artistic in a way that you just don't know where to look. You literally just got no clue where to look because there's just so many different colors going around.
I think freshwater has come to the point where the fish will be a group. I hesitate to say school, but a group of lemon tetras just to show off the aquascape.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of a saltwater tank, which has a group of orange line cardinal fish just to show off the coral aquascape with nothing else. Nothing. No tang, no angel, no butterfly, no nothing.
Yeah.
That's
I agree with you there.
yeah.
Because your diving videos and that and Brady and whoever else has dived, and you go along and you'll see a whole lot of anthias shoot into the corals or a whole lot of chromis in the corals. You'll never ever see a person with a reef. They just have these chromis to show their natural effects of them shooting into your fully grown corals. Everyone's got these little sticks and all this and that, and they just want to have little, instead of having colonies. And I think you look at the freshwater, they have this blanket, this whole full tank of this thing. It's not just a little bit here and a little bit here and a little bit here. They're trying to create that natural look. That's what I see.
Replicating that in salt water would be amazing. That's what I want to do with my next big tank. After watching Adam's last video, it's kind of inspired me to do like maybe a centralized bomby with corals all over it, and like a school of blue-green chromis darting in and out of it, and maybe just a couple of centerpiece angels.
Brady, I've got a theory as to why. Well, I know how to keep blue-green chromis alive without killing each other, and it's flow, and it's food, and it's size, size of population.
Yeah.
So a big group, you can't target one individual. You feed them a lot and they're busy because they're moving. But that's like a Band-Aid. And what I think is the true answer to keeping a fish like that, which is not, it's not a schooling fish. They don't care about each other. I think the answer to keeping a fish like that is to have an extraordinarily large population of branching coral in the tank. Because if you've got an individual which is getting picked on, it darts back in.
Yeah.
It's safe because it's in like a 1 centimeter space. It can come out, back in, out, back in.
Like you see him in the wild.
I think that's what happens in the wild.
And if they can't get away from that, they move further on the reef to find their little area. In a tank, they can't do that.
No. So it's almost like, I honestly think we Band-Aid it by providing food and flow and population size like a Malawi cichlid so that there's a dispersion of aggression. But I think ultimately it's about having the sheer bulk of habitat that we don't have in aquariums because well, you know, the best keepers have colonies that might be about the size of a soccer ball, but that's nothing compared to what they're growing in. And most of us, including myself, are struggling to get ones that are this kind of size or this kind of size. So it's almost like the hobby should sort of say, no, we shouldn't keep these types of fish now because we don't have the environment or the habitat to provide their safety, so to speak.
You got any suggestions other than the blue-green chromis then?
Cardinal fish.
Cardinals? Yeah.
Cardinals.
I do like it.
Would you go the cardinals, the shape of like the bangais, or the shape of like the ones you've got in that tank? Can't remember the name off the top of my head.
There's a genus called Osteorhynchus. Hang on.
And while you're looking for that, thanks to Senior for saying that. I appreciate that. And Prady, I think you need to get sponsorship from Bunnings here for us because everything.
I could probably try and buy something and have it shipped here, and then get it put through as a
Shout out to
staff
Bunnings.
discount.
Even Senior's promoting Bunnings here. I think there's more chance of getting a sponsorship from Bunnings than a whiskey sponsorship, Adam. So
that's the Osteorhynchus group.
Yeah.
Osteorhynchus. Sorry, there's no E. So that's a classic.
They look like squirrelfish almost.
Nah, squirrelfish are red and bigger. So these guys grow about maybe 6 centimeters max. Ringtail.
and they're
That's a
beautiful.
handsome fish.
Very
Orange
pretty.
line.
And you've kept them, Adam.
I've currently got this
But I
one.
got the orange line. Eh?
I've currently got this one in my tank,
And
as well as it's not that one, but it looks similar to it. It's not that one with a dot on the end.
Are they the ones that they call the candy canes?
They come out. They like most people think that cardinal fish are nocturnal, and a lot of these fishes are, but they're not. At least ones I'm not finding, the orange line. They're coming out. They're all there all day out and about. They're eating foods very easily. They can consume food a lot larger than what you think. They're male mouth brooders. They have no aggression to each other like Antheus or Chromis do. I can't see any. This one is my favorite, quite frankly. It's the ringtail. I can't see a fault with them.
Are they Australian or like where do those
Yeah.
ringtails come?
There's the seals. Seals is lovely.
Well, the ones that you like, I definitely want to try. I actually think I'm going to go that route. If they are local, I'm definitely going to try to go that route.
There was one that was more popular because I think back in the day it was, who's the dude that had that amazingly aquascape reef in America, North America? Fuck, what was his name? Long
I don't think it's that.
Viking, long fin. No, it's a freaking long spine. There we go. We're getting it.
Cardinal, yeah.
Here we go. That's what it looked like. It's up Boston.
Oh, wow.
Veronia or something like that.
Really nice fish. And whereas I think bangais, I've never kept bangais. From what I've heard, as juveniles, they're a communal fish. As adults, they're a pairing fish.
They shit.
They're shit.
I've had them, and literally you have one purple tank died for fish, and they die of a heart attack. I've never enjoyed them. I'd rather go for what I think. Praddy, you've got the pajama cardinals.
Yeah, I've got babies. They're really the little baby pajamas.
Lovely.
They're beautiful.
Lovely. Nothing wrong with them.
I love them. I think they're fantastic.
I think what happens is they become adults like that, and people go, "Oh, they're ugly."
I was about to say, I think when they get big, they're a little bit less colourful.
It might be less colourful, but the way they just sit there and just keep dead still makes people more intrigued about it because they kind of go, "Oh my word, it's actually alive. It's not an ornament."
So you know what I think that the problem is that like at reef aquariums we see all these images of the Maldives with the coral and the blue-green chromis over the top, and it looks fantastic. And so we think that's a schooling fish. And so back in the 80s and the bloody, Queensland Island days of holidays, we thought that was the thing you want to do in your aquarium. Praddy, I know, how old are you? No, you're 40, aren't you? Not that old. And that was what became the mainstay of a schooling fish in a saltwater aquarium. And it was the wrong way to go because they're not a schooling fish. But if you sort of step backwards towards the cardinal fish.
But Adam, you mentioned the squirrel fishes. There's a nice fish to keep. They're peaceful and safe. Have you kept them before?
I haven't kept squirrels, but I have kept soldiers. So
You get lots of soldier fish around your area.
yeah,
I've had squirrels, and anything that was smaller than them, they destroyed. That's what I was wondering.
So these are squirrel fishes, a bit more pointy in the face.
Mm-hmm. Big eyes.
Lovely sort of. No, that's squirrel.
That's
squirrel.
That's a squirrel.
So they're all squirrels. Whereas this guy, which is touted as a squirrel, is not a squirrel. That's a soldier fish.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the internet lovely? How it says that's a squirrel.
But isn't that still kind of like a predator kind of fish? Or am I?
I have this fish. This is Murdoch, or I call it Murdoch. I've got 3 names. And it has been in the tank with smaller damsels, small butterfly fish, like tiny ones. It doesn't eat them. No. But they're predators. They've got big mouths, as you can see.
Yeah.
But I think what the difference is, and when I was in Indonesia, I was looking at some of these, I found occasional small gropers, like juvenile gropers, on the coral heads around the Antheus and the chromis. And I caught sight of one of them, and it had shrimp in its mouth. I could see like the antenna sticking out of its mouth. I honestly think that a lot of these predators are preying upon crustaceans more than fish.
Mm-hmm. No, I've had a squirrel fish, and I used to catch the small Antheus and that, and they used to at night time destroy them. So
I would seriously rate.
I believe like soldier fish aren't not a schooling fish either though. They're more of they shoal, but then not a school on.
I think what it is during the daytime they group very closely under crevices, rocks, and things. The crimson. Here we go. Crimson. I called it Murdoch. It's Mergen. That's what I've got in my tank, and that's my experience. I think they hover very closely during the daytime, and then the nighttime they go out and they disperse to feed in the open water.
Okay.
Yeah. But like this guy, seriously peaceful. You don't see it all the time, but granted, if I had 20 of them, it'd be different.
Okay. Now, I would ask the question. This can go to Pratty and Mason as well, and to you. With me now starting up a tank and not collecting here yet, what would you suggest for a reef tank as locally caught fish to try target?
Whereabouts are you again?
I'm in Queensland, mate. I'm in I'm in a lovely place.
I'd go for some damsels. I love damsels in a reef tank. I think they're fantastic.
But there's such a variety of damsels that you guys have here. Like those yellow peel damsels and that. I don't know if they're aggressive in that. That's why I need to do a lot of research and figuring out what to go for.
I think going for a good few scouting missions. What have you looked up here, mate?
What are you looking up, Adam?
Doing a few good scouting missions and being able to ID whatever fish are in your area, and then figuring out, all right, which one of the ones do you want to target?
Yeah, that's good.
If you don't know how aggressive they are, I don't know if this is blatantly obvious. By the way, I don't collect my own fish or anything, so if you don't know what aggression levels they are, if you can't ID them properly first, then you bring them home and oh my god, this thing just killed everything in my tank. If that makes any sense. As I said, I don't know if that was completely obvious, and I'm just
I agree, because the fish I used to get in South Africa and what you get here are different. And I would love to have a little angel in my tank. I just don't know what species to go for. They're still going to be reef safe. But
I wonder if jumping on iNaturalist would be a good idea for you.
How
Fishes of Australia website too.
True.
So, gentlemen,
with iNaturalist, you'll be able to look in your area too.
Yeah. Okay. I'll look at it. Thanks.
Gentlemen, does that not look like a saltwater alternative to a freshwater tank to me?
Definitely does.
Like that
Isn't that what people don't like about like saltwater people? Isn't that what they don't like about freshwater?
Yes. No. Mate, I think it's a yin and yang. I think that you hear saltwater people say that they want to replicate the creativity, the composition, the style that comes from freshwater aquascaping, the minimalism, the maturity of it. And then they go, oh, it's boring.
Yeah, so do it. Just you don't need to put every neon colored fish in under the sun. Go for some nice supporting actors.
100%. And that's what I think what Adam's trying to make us think about with his previous video. Sorry to say.
Yeah, I think that's where I got that term supporting actor. Shout out to you, Adam.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
No, I think we've kind of missed the mark in reef keeping in that way. I'll agree. When
it looks like your child was drawn on your tank with a highlighter. That's the animals.
Quade, if you're in the start of a new reef tank, my advice for any aquarium is to do three things. The first is to fucking coat your understand so it doesn't drip copper, chrome, and arsenic into your aquarium. No. The first is to have a concept. have a clear, and this is what freshwater keepers do very well. They have a concept. What am I going to display in this tank? Is it a stream effect? It might not be a biotope. It might be a mixture of fish, but it's definitely a river. Am I going to do a swamp? Am I going to do a rocky thing with emergent plants? Have a concept. Am I going to do a nearshore reef? Am I going to do a deep water dark thing, dark deep water reef with tenuous and non-photosynthetics and cardinal fish, whatever? Yeah. Have a concept. And that's where most of the aquariums in saltwater look very much the same, because there's no concept. They don't start with a preconceived idea of what they're trying to achieve.
I get that.
So get a concept, and then number 2, get a composition. Are you going to have in your tank an island, a triangular, a U shape, or a combination of well, that gets like a Jeff Sensen kind of thing where you're coming out of that tank, which is a conversation. But for the 3 of those, if you look at all saltwater aquariums and they start with these intricate rock aquascapes, they all end up very rectangular. They're all very rectangular because there's no composition. They're scared of creating rock work to the sides to make a U-shaped composition. They're scared of creating an island in the middle with nothing around it to create true negative space. So have an idea.
Yes, I agree with you on that there, but that's where, if you look at your nano reefs, a lot of you look at Prattie's tank, it's rock work in the middle. Everything around it's not touching.
Island style.
That's the idea with mine. Is just an island in the middle. Yes.
And so, if you want to get truly inspired by saltwater keeping, look at nano aquariums.
100%.
You should look at Sydney reefers floating upside down reef. That is the main tank.
I've seen that. It is cool. But that's the thing is, now, is a floating reef natural? Not really.
Yes. It's just part of it. It is the outcropping, the overhang.
Yeah, you're taking a very small component.
Taking a small component of it.
So, my last of the 3 C's there was creativity, but I think that's where people jump in at the start. They jump in with the Marco rock, the shelf saver, and the base rock, and they start doing these aquascapes, trying to get creative. But they've got no composition and they've got no concept of what they're trying to achieve. So my mind is to start with what you're trying to achieve first, then develop a creative composition to make it aesthetically appealing, and then get creative after that.
Yeah, but I also think as reef keepers, we also make the mistake of we don't create our aquascape as this is what the end product's going to be. So my aquascape's going to be this, and it might be a little bit, because we know our corals are going to grow, and that's what we try to do this big aquascape, and then the corals must fit into that big aquascape. I don't know if I make sense in that. I think a lot of us make that mistake of we do all this fancy rock work, and then the corals go in and the corals grow, and you kind of go, oh, now it looks too packed, because you haven't looked at the end goal of how the corals are going to grow.
So does that mean that rather than having a coral per every 4 inches, Mason, 10 centimeters, does that mean that rather than having 1 coral per 4 inches, you should have 1 coral frag per 12 inches?
It all depends.
So Brady's got 2 corals in his tank.
Yeah.
I have
1 every 2 inches. at the moment on my team. But as they grow, I'm going to be pulling out the ones that I don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, it's rethinking. It's rethinking that maybe, like, providing. I was looking at my 3 Dallas Acropora corals in my tank today, and I'm shit at growing coral because I got, I'm lapsodasical, asked the Great Bearded Reefer. But I was looking at my 3 Dallas sections, and I'm thinking, holy fuck, they're going to join together, and they're about 2 foot apart. They're going to join together because I'm not going to prune them. Why the fuck would you prune them? Because I want the fish to go in amongst them and do all that kind of thing. So they're going to join together in a 12-foot tank. So I showed 24 corals in a 12-foot tank, 24 species in a 12-foot tank. Pratty's got 2. In a 4-foot tank, you should have, Pratty, do the maths.
Oh, don't ask me to do math, mate.
Yeah, I get that, and I think that's where we, as reefers, we made that mistake. I think we try to fit so many different varieties and not have a showpiece. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So
how many people have done this? This is also how many people have gone along and had an SPS tank, and it is difficult to have a mixed reef. It is difficult because of different things that happen in it. But they'll have a leather coral, but they don't realize that leather coral is breaking down because of the bland color. It's actually enhancing your SPS's colors. They rather do the enhancing of your light of the colors by lights, not by coral. Let's look at that. You've got a lot of softies in your tank, and your SPS
really nice sucker buttons and stuff.
But those now stand out, and as those SPSs grow, they'll stand out even more because they're against that beige color. Where reefers now are making these colors enhanced by lights, not by natural color variations. Palette. If you go painting wise, palette wise.
Have you guys heard of the Tint podcast?
No. Or, okay, let's go back to freshwater, even though I don't know much about freshwater.
Oh,
You guys with your freshwater stuff is all green, but now and then you'll have only a few red plants. What do you see? The brilliant red plant because they're standing out amongst the green.
Oh my fucking god! I got poured another.
Is that what you're talking about?
Oh my god! Okay, so
that's where in freshwater you look at textures more than colors, and you use the background of the plants to sort of the fish look good on the green background of the plants. And since it's all green, you go for different textures and different heights, different sizes.
But now in the reefing side, we'll go by color and not textures. Where a soft coral is texture compared to an SPS.
There's so many different textures amongst corals as well, though. It's a rainbow of different textures and colors. It's just there's so much to look at, though.
All right, so
focus on one individual thing.
Gentlemen, we've ignored the chat for a while. We've ignored the chat. Gil's gone to work.
And Bearded Reefer's gone to sleep.
Bearded Reefer's sleep.
I think I won't be far behind him.
So it looks unnatural and sort of yeah.
I think that's
Senior Ding Dong, Dave. How is that ACAN going in your tank? Is it puffed up and happy?
Now, I'm not sure who's referring to here. It could be me. It could be the Viking. I don't think it's Pratty. When I was doing my video on the fish, the European aquariums that I could see were brown and cream and feathery and fluffy and branchy and sparse with hardly any fish. And it was peaceful in the way that I saw freshwater aquariums that had plants and driftwood and a couple of fish that would float through the distance. So I think there's a lot to be learned from looking at some of the European style of the hobby as opposed to the American style of the hobby.
So that sort of thing is where I would love to, if I jump into saltwater again, love to do macroalgae escapes, because you can basically, it's sort of like a freshwater saltwater tank, but different.
There you go, gentlemen.
Yeah, the different macroalgae are awesome.
There was one, and so I'm going to continue on with those videos where I'm doing the water, the light, the salt, the coral, whatever, the substrate. That was just the fish. But when I was doing that, there was one video where it had a tank of it was a saltwater tank, and it had a lot of gorgonians in it. It had some macroalgae to the left, and you didn't really notice it from a distance, but to the right, it had a lot of SPS corals of different colors. And at the back was Montipora Platium stuff. But you didn't see that from the long distance. The long distance was what it was all about. It was all about that kind of textural side of things, the creaminess, the browns, the fluffiness, the gorgonians, the branching, the greens. And then when you went to the close-up of the Montiporas and the different SPS on the right-hand side, it kind of ruined it. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is I come back from Indonesia and I'm thinking, holy fuck, I think there is something to be said for having a brown and cream aquarium and having things a lot more like nature. And apparently German, not European. Strong scene there. It's very unique. Gentlemen?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, still there?
Yeah, I'm just going through the chat.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
Too right, mate. Too right.
Good old Gil. I was asking him about how to insulate the shed so that I can keep fish out there during winter. So he supplied me with a video of how he did his using cool room paneling.
What size shed have you got, Praddy?
It's only going to be 3 by 3, so it's not huge.
What's a bedroom size?
Yeah.
Is it one of those kit sheds, or is it something?
Yes, yeah, it's a caboodle kit shed. Literally no insulation. It's just all tin. So.
And I wonder where that came from.
Yeah, that's right. It came from that place. No, I picked it up cheap because it was slightly damaged.
Praddy, do you mean that the material it's quite fine? It's like thinner than Colour Bond?
Yeah, it's essentially thinner than Colour Bond. It's that thin kind of shitty shed material.
Has it got a flat internal surface or is it ribbed?
No, it's ribbed.
So you're in Port Stephens in Newcastle, which gets down to about 5 degrees, 4 degrees, 3 degrees in winter.
I'm in Melbourne, Victoria.
Oh, that's you. Oh, fuck me. What kind of...
Yeah.
That is
so down to 0.
Almost,
1 or 2 degrees during winter.
And what sort of fish you're putting in there?
I'm going to be keeping all sorts, mostly tropical. Yeah.
So you got to put a whole new internal stud system in.
Yeah.
And then line.
Yeah, I'm going to do the slab with the I don't know, maybe cool room or just some form of insulation, plaster over that, put a roof over it, try and keep it all insulated, and change the door out for something heavier.
Yeah.
But his video is very informative on how to do it, so I'll be following in his steps, I think.
Yeah, but Gil started with cool room panels though.
He did start with the cool room panels. I'm going to try and cheat my way out of it because that seems very expensive.
I think if you get the trouble with cool room panels is they're a certain size, like they're governed to be a certain height, which is going to be taller than what is a domestic shed.
Yeah, they'd be definitely taller. I'm assuming you could just cut them though with cut them with a circular saw, you'd be alright. But I'm not sure if that would ruin the integrity of it or not.
But don't you guys get like an insulation that you guys can put in and then like put a plywood behind it, so you got the insulation behind? Do that, and then you use that foam seal. Could
do that.
I know someone that can get a discount at Bunnings.
Yeah. You put him in contact with me.
Do you care about what the internal aesthetic looks like?
I was thinking if whatever I do, I'll just put some plasterboard in front of it anyway. And
gyprock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Either that or maybe some just plywood. Plywood would probably work, and have it painted.
So you work for Bunnings, yeah?
Yeah.
Now you get great big pallets of what is it? It is a foam, a polystyrene panels. It's not the pink stuff, which is on the rack in about like small sizes. It's the big 4x 8 foot sheets of stuff.
There's different thicknesses, yeah.
The blue one?
That insulation stuff? Is that what you're talking about? Or?
Not blue, it's white with a green, with a white and green film over it.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about, yeah.
And that they always send cover sheets with it. So why don't you take all the cover sheets from, I can't think what it is. What is it?
Yeah, but like a polystyrene thing that's got like a cover over the top of it, and it comes in different thicknesses. The cover sheet that comes over it is a polystyrene, but it's like not even a centimeter thick. So that's not going to insulate it.
Okay, so what Tony is saying is build a frame out of timber, put some insulation, and then line it.
R4 insulation and line over with timber. Yeah. I'll have to look into it. I just have to go out to the timber yard. I don't really spend much time out there.
Oh my lord, are you one of those guys, are you? Come on, Pratty.
I run the tool shop.
The tool shop.
You used to be busy
because I'm a massive tool. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Will be. I don't want to put anything on that's too thick either, because I don't want to take away from the room.
There you are. That's
foil board. It's foil board.
Yep.
Foil board.
Yep.
That's what it is. They have cover sheets that go with it, and they usually set them aside. Praddy, you should know this shit.
Yeah, but those cover sheets are only like a centimeter thick polystyrene. They are.
Who gives a shit? Put 3 or 4 of them there.
I could probably, I can get that. I'll have a look at it when I go back to work on Tuesday. I don't want to put anything too thick, because it'll take away from the room, and then it'll.
But those come in different thicknesses.
I want to be able to fit in as much as I can.
Yeah, but those foil boards come in different thicknesses. They come in almost like a 20 mil thickness of one, and then like a centimeter. I don't know.
Keep talking, gentlemen.
I'm sure I could figure out something. I'll have to have a look. There's too many options. That's the worst thing. There's so much to choose from.
Are you answering the question there, Praddy, or your installation?
Oh no, about the installation. Yeah.
There's a question there that I think that you could answer because you are in Bunnings. Back
to refugium setup. You said it was a larger hydroponic ballast and fitting. Where would someone get that? This is what we're looking at here. It's the the Edison 40s.
Yeah.
Yep. You should be able to pick these up from any like an electronics store, maybe like a Middies. Not sure what you have in your area.
It's like a green genius.
At a hydroponic store. Okay.
It's that kind of get up.
Okay.
So it's got the it's all coiled up, but inside there is the screw fitting where you screw the lamp into, and the wire is just coiled around it. And it, as you can see, it plugs in. Well, no, that's a round pin.
That wouldn't fit.
Yeah, that one wouldn't work. But I've seen, and I'm going to buy plenty which are just a normal straight pin as per normal. So normally what you would do is you'd have that kind of fitting. You'd throw a bat wing reflector around it, which is just a creased aluminium mirror finish reflector across the top, and then your PCL lamp would fit horizontal.
You could still buy this one. You just have to go to Bunnings and pick up a replacement socket and look at Adam's video on how to replace them.
That's the go, buddy. That's the go. All right, gentlemen. Now, what time is it now? I was hoping we might break the record.
We're at 4 hours.
4 minutes and 5 seconds. What's the record? What's the record? I think it's 4 minutes and 15.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sure we can come up with something to go for another 10, 15 minutes.
I'm not sure I will be able to, gents. I've got a bit of an earlier start in the morning.
No, you're yawning there away. It looks like you're going to fall asleep, mate.
No idea what you're talking about. That doesn't seem like something I'd do.
Mason,
I think I do have to head off though, guys. Thanks for inviting me on. It was a pleasure meeting you all.
I've enjoyed your conversation in regards to native mammals because I think that's really cool. And for a long time, I've really had fairly strong opinions on keeping native mammals as pets. And so it's interesting. And I've got a wife that likes to, do that kind of wires, animal rescue kind of side of things. And I've got my opinions on that. So I really enjoy that kind of side of things. So I appreciate your input there.
Oh, very
Yeah, no,
interesting.
we'll definitely have to have a chat again soon about that sort of thing. 'Cause it's good stuff.
Yeah, yeah. All right, mate. Thanks,
Cheers very much, gents. Lovely meeting you all.
Yeah, enjoy,
How the hell
mate.
do I leave
All right,
this thing? There we go. See you guys.
Yeah,
Thanks for jumping in, buddy.
good, mate.
Right, Mason.
Now, Quade,
Yeah.
I just want to show everybody that's still here something that you made.
Ah. At least he's just hanging up.
I was cleaning it last week and I dropped it.
Oh no.
Oh, it's the mahi mahi.
Mm.
Oh, hang on.
I dropped it. I had to
Oh.
glue it back together.
Sorry, mate.
Oh man, this is Quade made this for me.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely fantastic. I love it. It hangs above my tank.
Thanks, mate.
Like the coloring is pretty spot on too. If you've ever caught a mahi, like
Yeah.
it's pretty close. It's great.
Thanks. I try. Adam's got one as well, but I don't think he proudly displays it yet.
It's in my. It's above Palau tank, you spaz.
Yeah, isn't it? So yeah. No, thanks for that, mate.
Yeah, I was cleaning it the other day and I dropped it.
Oh.
And unfortunately, its fin broke off, so I had to glue it back together.
It is made out of resin, so it is breakable.
Mm.
That's why I was so paranoid when I packed it and sent it, even when I sent it to Adam. Adam can even go along the amount of times I question, like, I hope it gets there in time and in one piece and all that.
No, mate, it's perfectly packed.
But it was really well packed. Much better than I even packed my corals when I sent them off. So
well, I'll show you what the next project's going to be. It's going to be that. So that's going to be the next project. So I'm going to be making the molds of this now, and then I will, of course, airbrush it and copy that. So, yeah.
Is that you?
That's me. That's me.
What is that, a yellow fin?
Yeah, that's a yellowfin tuna, which I don't have here. It's hanging up on my wall. So that's going to be, we're going to be, hopefully this week, when I get a gap, I'm going to make the mold for the sailfish and start doing that. But there's also another thing that I'm finding here, being in Agnes Water, is to get a supplier for resin. Yeah, I'm still looking.
You can't. Well, that's, mate, you're online there. There's no local supplier.
Well, the place that we used to get was Rockhampton Agencies up in Rockhampton. That's where I used to get. And the pricing of that compared to Bunnings was a huge difference.
No, no, yeah, Bunnings, no.
So, unfortunately, Bunnings failed on that one.
They price match if it's the same thing.
Yeah, try. But you guys don't do 20 liters.
Yeah.
Viking.
Yeah.
Have you looked up Boatcraft Pacific?
No, I haven't. That's actually a good idea.
Look up Boatcraft Pacific. It's generally a thin coating epoxy.
Yeah.
But they do have a casting epoxy as well.
That'll work. It'll work. I did learn when I was doing my stand, which I've done something different to my stand. I've actually got a drift tray that I've created, and I actually resined that and did like a gel coat on all the joins. I realize gel coat is terrible to work with, but yeah, it's all good.
Have you ever thought of doing any like Australian native kind of species?
It's like before,
Other than saltwater ones?
I wouldn't mind. It won't be a no. I'll definitely. The problem that I have at the moment, like I say, these are all what I brought back from from South Africa. So I've got all the originals of these that I make that of. To do things like the Regal Angel that Senior Dion was asked about, I need to have something I can make a mold out of. So I need to do that. And that's why things like I think you guys call it the Red Emperor or whatever you guys catch off here. I think your legal size of that's like 50. That's a big mold. It's a big fish to replicate people.
So you're using, so to get a new mold, you have to have a live fish or a dead fish.
Pretty much.
That is legal. So that means if someone wants to have a Red Emperor, it has to be a legal size, which is, I don't know,
50, I think it's something like 54, something like that, if I'm not correct.
So that means you have to have a receipt of a dead Red Emperor, 1/2 meter long, to then take a mold of, which is particularly difficult.
It is, because the amount of silicon it'll use, because what I make the molds out of, I'll be back now. I'll show you that. So that's a mold. And that's all made out of like a silicon mold. So for me to make, you can imagine how much silicone is just for that. That's just of that yellowfin tuna. Now imagine that Emperor, I would have so much silicon to make that mold. Then the amount of resin that it will take to make the replica just becomes a bit cost effective. While trying to keep my price bracket at it's basically $90. So that's a little bit of a thing I'm trying to work out. But I have got a few ideas of trying to work out maybe doing like a 3D printing version of one and making a mold out of that. And it doesn't have to be legal.
So that's how you would get to do actual aquarium size fish, reef fish.
Yeah, I just need to see the amount of detail that 3D printer can do. I don't know. I need to do more research on that. I don't know. Brady, you've done 3D printing, so you can tell me how much detail goes into that.
Well, there's it would be quite difficult to 3D print, because they always end up with that kind of ribbing effect throughout the whole thing. You can't make it perfectly smooth unless you could do it, but you'd have to essentially sand it all back. There'd be a lot of work involved, but it's possible. You do it out of PET, which is heat resistant and quite strong. And then you can make your molds out of those.
But the thing is, if I can get the shape, let's just get that out of 3D printing. And yes, I want to have the fins and that all detailed. I can always do that with a Dremel.
Yeah.
Do something like that. A mold of it, but it's the size that a 3D printer can make. I've seen people make big things, but it's like the head joins onto the middle, onto that, and then you get a line, which I can't have in the mold.
Well, you could make one that's the size of an actual Regal Angel, let's say, for instance, quite easily on a printer, because they're not a gigantic fish. You could probably make it all in one piece, and let me chase that up for you, and I'll see if I can have one made.
or like make a get a model made for it. I'm not the best at making models.
That's an idea. That's just something I've been looking into. It's just the people I've spoken to that does 3D printing here does those 3D printing for the games that they play with the little figurines or whatever. I don't know what they're called. And that's what they do, their 3D printing, and they're only like this big.
Yeah.
When I saw something like that, oh no, it's going to be in 2 different parts, and I was like, oh, I don't need the lines. So,
Viking.
Yeah.
Are you seeing this?
Yeah.
Turbo squid.
Yeah.
That's a copper band butterfly fish. These are the plans, so you can 3D print a copper band butterfly fish.
I'm sure you can. And I'm sure you can get it even with all the colors in that. But the difference with that is it's not going to be personally airbrushed.
No. What I'm saying is you could get a 3D printer model of the shape of it,
100%.
Then take the mold to then paint it.
Yeah.
That way you don't have to have a dead fish.
No, that's an idea that I'm looking into. Brady gave me that idea there with the 3D printer, and I kind of went, oh, okay.
So if I was to type in, say, emperor angelfish, hang on.
I have been using a website for 3D printing. Just give me a moment and I'll bring it up. It's called Printables. I'll see if they've got anything.
It looks like you got to pay $129 to get the file to print this off.
Yeah, a lot of them aren't free.
Yeah.
It's like buying a license to use something, yeah.
Yeah.
For like,
I've heard about something like that, and I'm like I said, I'm trying to figure out how do I get around that. Do I have a photo of a fish and I can print it off that? That's all these things I'm trying to learn. So, but yes, the regal angelfish is not a big fish, and I can make a mold out of a small one. But who wants to put a small little regal fish like that on their wall?
No. So what I'm saying is, if you go in those,
I'd make one as a fridge magnet.
Yeah, I know. That's an idea as well. Go the fridge magnet routes. There's going to be a bitch to airbrush, I'll be honest.
So the reality is that to you to do your models, you need to have one prototype specimen to do a mold from. And if you can't have the actual fish, then you need something else. And if the fish is something which is not fished legally, it's got to be dead from an aquarium, dead from a wholesale, dead from a retail store. So if you can get it from a 3D printing computer program,
it should be fun.
Yeah.
It should be fun. Because I know a lot of people have asked me for like a coral trout, and I was like, oh yeah, when I go catch a coral trout, I'll do it. And then I realized, I think it's like close to like 28 centimeters for a coral trout, and I was like, and then I realized how fat they are. I was like, oh, okay, this is not as easy as what I thought it is. But that's why I started looking at that 3D printing idea as well. But then everyone said, I can't have a 30 centimeter long thing because it has to be cut into half. So there'll be that faint line that'll come out in the mold, which I don't want. I'm too fussy on things like that.
And the crazy thing is that people that are, I'm just spitballing here, is that customers that might want to have a certain fish, a very specific fish, modeled, would be someone that has an emotional attachment to it. So Tanya, for example, tonight had a blue dolphin Malawi cichlid that passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got no hope in buggery of getting a dead fish of that to make a mold from.
No.
But there's a possibility that out there in the world, there's a 3D model of it that you could actually print out and make a plastic 3D sculpture of it to then mold off and do a product for her.
Yeah, that is definitely an option. Yeah, that I need a waiver or see what the cost of it is. I'm not going to go buy a 3D printer and do all this. And I'll be honest, at the moment, sales are not happening. And even though I am advertising, and I probably could advertise a lot more, but I need to look at that.
But there must be people out there that are doing it as a service, though. There must be people doing 3D printing as a service.
Yeah, there is, and the one, like I said, the person that I've approached so far here in Agnes Water, he makes those little figurines for. I'd love to know what game it is, but it's a little game that they have these little figurines around and they throw dice or whatever it is. He makes those, but they're this big, and I can't have. Yes, a fridge magnet this big, but for a person that wants the replica like that, he said I have to break it in half, and I was like, okay, you need the bigger printer to be able to do the lengths. Is the best way to put it.
I'll have a look into it for you and see what I can what I can organise. If you're looking for a specific fish, just let me know, and I'll try and source it for you.
No, that'll be cool. Thanks, Brett.
That's all right.
Definitely give it a try. I'm not going to say no to it. So yeah, it'll be cool.
Yeah.
Like
even if I can get them printed here, with someone with a large printer, and just send it to you.
That'll be cool.
But, yeah.
That's why I put onto my Facebook page, like, what fish should I do next? And as well as the sailfish. So I wanted to do the wahoo, but the sailfish got voted, which is going to be, it's going to be a bit of a, like you said, you drop jaws. You can imagine how brittle that's going to be.
Yeah. That's going to be, super, super fragile.
So when I put this into resin, I'm going to have to pull it out and hopefully not break that. So that's where at the moment why I haven't jumped into it, because I'm still planning on how I'm doing this mold, that comes out altogether. It has to be possible because this was done. So it has to be done. I just have to figure it out.
Getting it out of the mold is going to be the hard part without breaking it.
Well, the amount of times that I failed, I must have easily done that. I must have poured, before I got the one that I was happy with, I must have poured at least 7 that I literally threw in a bin. Because I couldn't get the resin to go into that big fin. It just would not go. Sometimes it'll go half, sometimes there'll be an air. And I actually physically had to cut more and more and more and more of the mold to get it in. And it's a learning thing. And then you pull it out and then you realize the silicon's too thick in the one area and you hear a crack and that's half the fin gone. And it's the joys of learning about it, but it's enjoyable. I enjoy the painting part of it. It's very cool.
Yeah. No, you're really good at it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's
really good quality.
It's something that it wasn't a case that I've done for years. I've never held an airbrush in my life until I started this. I just thought, let me give it a go. I've got a bit of an artistic side to me, doing art and that, and I've tried it. And every single time I do it, I'm learning something new. So I just have to keep on going. It'll get better as things go.
No, I'm gonna probably have to purchase another couple from you throughout as you come up with new ones to do.
No problems. It'll all be good. Adam's falling asleep there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Probably should call it here, guys.
Nah, it's all good, mate.
Well, gentlemen, this is our 2-week catch-up. I think Quade knows now that he needs to. The Viking now knows that he needs to seal all tree timbers and not allow tree timbers to be hovering above one's aquarium.
Yep.
Praddy out to undertake the revolution of what he is trying to control a large group of blue-green chromas in an aquarium without fighting to death and leaving one in its midst.
And insulating a shed.
And insulating a shed, which is only about 1 millimeter thick steel.
It's going to be a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah. Fuck, mate. Yeah, you need to not. You have to think about nothing what comes with your structure, but what you put inside of it. Your structure is nothing other than something you can glue to.
Yeah.
That's why I thought of, like you said, that foam and then like a plywood or something in between. You guys don't get that like insulation, like almost like a fluffy insulation stuff. You guys don't get that, or do you?
Oh,
yeah, we get that.
We get like what we call bats.
Buttons.
So then why don't you do that?
Like rectangles of fluffy stuff.
So you basically make a frame, and yes, you're taking away a bit of space out of your shed.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah,
inside it, and then pull that in there, and then put.
Yeah. That's what you put. Yeah, you put studs and noggins, and you push the insulation in. And put the facing on top of it.
I think that'll work.
It's making it sound very permanent.
Dude, you're in fucking Victoria.
Yeah.
I'll keep you updated with the progress.
Tanya says, will you need it to be moved later, Praddy?
Yes, I will need it to be moved. That's why I don't really want to.
Yeah, that's why Praddy and myself are the same.
I'm thinking maybe if I do it in sections, so I could just like fold the walls up.
You want the insulation to be attached permanently to the walls?
No, I don't. I want it to be like semi. I want to be able to remove it when I need to. So there's a whole lot of figuring out that I'm going to need to do here.
You still can do that though. How does the shed come? It clearly comes in a kit form.
Yeah. It's just got a couple of corner pins. Really, it's you could pretty much fold it flat.
So now, like you can do the insulation with that polystyrene foam board, I think it was called. Do that, and then where the middle is of your plywood, actually have like hinges or something like that. So when you want it, it all comes apart and then folds and take it that way. Basically, each panel will come out and you take it.
You can do that.
Something, I don't know if you understand what I mean, but that's just going as an idea. So you just have your whole in sections, so it all comes out, and then you put it together and off it goes.
The only way I think you got to be able to move one of those sheds is to make the insulation as compact as possible and the lining as slick as possible, so you can take those panels out, because those sheds are bolted like with these pissy little bolts in the corners.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like they're pissy. There's nothing structural about it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Have you thought about keeping cold tolerant fish until you move home? Like we're talking maybe a desk barb,
I was
rosy
actually thinking
barbs.
about doing some Australian natives in there, and doing some maybe some Murray River rainbows and
It's fluviatilis, perfect.
yeah.
Maybe some rads. Rads would work.
Yeah.
A
But
desk
my
barbs.
idea I really want to do, like the only reason why I want to do with the insulation is I want to have a stingray.
Oh, fuck me. You like, you know, fuck me. Like, you know, that I was in the Tweed Valley of New South Wales, just below Queensland. And I thought, holy fuck, this place is tropical.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to grow heliconias until the second winter comes along and it frosted the entire valley out completely, burned all the heliconias to the ground. And because the heliconia requires 2 summers of growth to flower, I never got a flower.
Yeah.
So what do? You grow things that work for your climate. And heliconia, stingrays aren't going to work in a thinly insulated shed in Victoria.
You moved to Queensland. That's what you do.
I could dream. But no, I don't think it's probably gonna happen, unfortunately. But the idea is, I probably will have to keep fish that would be able to tolerate the temperature swings that I get here.
There's a lot, mate. Pratty, like you put me on a Denison barbs and Indian barbs.
Yeah.
Well, they're all like mid-teens temperature barbs. They can hit 16 degrees, 17 degrees. They'll be okay. Mascaras, Denisons, filament barbs, Odessa barbs, rosy barbs.
Filament barbs. They're a fantastic, beautiful species. I'd love to keep some of those.
Yeah.
But
so,
yeah.
Just admit it, Brady. Make things difficult.
I want to keep, to keep the fish that I want, unfortunately.
So, gentlemen, Gil has stopped loading docks and semi-trailers and he's decided to put his 2 cents worth in, and it said that you should insulate the ray tank specifically, not the shed.
Yeah. If you've got any ideas on how to do that, Gil, I'm all ears.
The trouble is, you can't see in the fucking tank by the time you've insulated the whole tank.
I just think keeping rays would be so awesome. I love rays. I love skates and sharks and stuff like that. And if I could breed some rays, that'd be a dream come true. I think it'd be amazing. So much fun.
Yeah. Gentlemen, it's time.
All right.
It's time to say goodnight. Gil says insulate the ray tank. Then he says insulate the shed. I don't think Gil quite knows what he's getting at here at the moment.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
I think he's starting to sniff his exhaust pipes there, the way he's going.
Thanks, guys, for coming on board tonight because it was a bit of fun. It's been 4 hours and 36 minutes. To the 10 people that are still in the chat right now, and I'm seriously quite surprised that you guys have stuck with us this long through African eating of rhinos and keeping of marsupials as pets, and barbs in an uninsulated tank, and corals looking too freaking fluorescent for reality. I thank you. We thank you. Tanya, who I think is Joe's here as well. Joe, Gil, and Tanya. Thanks, fellas. Sleep well. Thanks for sharing. And Joe says underfloor heating in the tank. And Gil is still going by the cool room panel situation, which is a very thick option for a very small shed. Gentlemen, Quade, the Viking, Praddy, shall we say good night?
No.
Good night, guys.
Good night. Thanks, everyone.
Everybody.
Thank you, everybody. End stream.